Good evening, everyone. Welcome to NERx for 2023. It's our annual virtual convention of the Northeastern region of the NMRA. I'm Pete Watson, and I'll be your host for the second night of our Model Railroad program. Tonight we'll have 3 clinics, a layout visit, some neat tips and tricks, and some discussions with the committees of the Cannonball Express and the Fundy Rail Fest. I want to encourage you not only to watch and listen to our clinics and tours this week, but also to share your comments and to ask questions using the chat window in YouTube or on Facebook. All of our clinic presenters and layout tour hosts for NERx are model railroaders and members of the NMRA's Northeastern region, an area that includes the 6 New England states, Metro New York City, most of upstate New York, the top half of New Jersey, and not to forget our friendly neighbors to the north in eastern Canada, including the Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland, Labrador, and Quebec. This year, NERx is sponsored by Mini Prints, Interaction Hobbies, and Micromark. Micromark is offering a 20% discount for the NERx virtual convention. Just enter the promotion code WAYBILLS23. That's WAYBILLS with an S, 23, when placing your order during the event. Mini Prints and Interaction Hobbies are both holding drawings for 2 $50 gift vouchers. That is 4 vouchers in total. Look for the links in Facebook or YouTube chats to enter the drawing. The drawing will be held at 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. Watch and see if you win. Now, let's start our program. Our first clinician is Jim Walsh, and unfortunately Jim doesn't have a camera, but he is here with us so you can hear what we're saying. And his clinic is designing and building a static grass applicator. Jim says since his older brother had Lionel trains, he realized that HO trains were more realistic, particularly the track. One Christmas, Jim received a Mantua Union Pacific Mikado and several freight cars. Since then, he has always been interested in model railroading. After receiving a copy of Lynn Westcott's book, HO Railroad That Grows, Jim started work on his first model railroad. He first joined the NMRA in 1979, and when he moved to Middletown, New Jersey, he joined the Red Bank Model Railroad Club. In 1985, he changed jobs, relocated to Sussex County, and for a time left the club and the NMRA because of work and some other business travel. Jim was busy, but he stayed engaged in the hobby through magazines and the internet. And then finally, with his sons away at college, Jim renewed his interest in model railroading and joined the NMRA again in 2011. He became active in the Garden State Division, joined the board of directors in 2014, and later was elected division secretary. He recently volunteered to be division clinic chairman. Jim also writes a tools and tips column in the division's newsletter, The Whistle Post. So we'd like to welcome Jim. And with that, Speed, when you're ready, you can run the clinic.
So I want to share my experience in designing and building my static grass applicator. Now, by no means am I offering a lot of information on how to use the applicator. If you thought I was going to, I'm not. I'm still learning, I'm experimenting and trying different things, but what I wanted to do here was to relate how I built my device, because I just couldn't really part with the money to get some of the better commercial products. So alternatively, we could call this My Adventures with High Voltage Electricity. Now, mind you, it's high voltage but low current. It's basically, for the static grass, it is static electricity. So low amperage, low current, and it's not the threat that you might think it might be. But that being said, it can give you a little zap that you won't forget. So what I plan to do is cover how my static grass applicator evolved from my original work, where I built one from a fly swatter, an electronic fly swatter. And now I've have some new design ideas after that experience. I'll review the basics of the static grass applicator, including the negative ion generator, the container, the electrode, the mesh, and the electronics housing. I will review my circuit wiring and my power sources. And then I'll speak a little bit about its use, not so much the techniques that I recommend, but some experiences that I've had. So my adventure began when I saw articles about people building static grass applicators from electronic fly swatters. It seemed cheap, and it was relatively easy, starting with one that, well, I got it for free with a coupon from Harbor Freight. And this gave me an opportunity to build a device, to get experience building a device, as well as trying out the concept of static grass. These photos show the original electronic fly swatter and the static grass applicator that I built from it. It was a pretty simple conversion using a few more inexpensive components, like for example the strainer, and that's basically the other thing I needed was the strainer, and then maybe an alligator clip. So it was a really modest investment. However, from that modest investment, this device demonstrated just that I could work with static grass on a layout, but I would need practice. I could see that you really have to work a technique and understand how the particular device works, and you can only do that by practice. But I realized that I wanted to build a more powerful unit, since the fly swatter only generated about 1500 volts. I also had some ideas for an improved design. For the new device, I had the list of features I wanted to include. I certainly did not want a charged screen, since now it would be using a higher voltage from 10 to 15,000 volts. And that screen, you could get shocked. I don't think I ever got shocked from it, but I have inadvertently tapped down on my grounding nail, and that makes a nice zap. I also noticed that many more powerful commercial devices had the electrode in the rear of the grass container, and I realized that that was to keep that screen from being charged. I wanted a unit that could stand when I fill it. It could be upright, and I could leave it filled. And I wanted to be able to change the screens. The one thing about the fly swatter is you had a strainer attached and you were stuck with it. And I wanted it to fit comfortably in my hand. I wanted it to run on battery or plug in, and I also wanted a switch and a monitor light. However, an important constraint for me was that I could build it primarily with items left over from home improvement projects. Of course, I would certainly need to purchase the negative ion generator, since well, actually I have one hanging around the house now, but at that time I didn't have any just hanging around the house. So here's the collection of parts that I assembled to fabricate the device. Most of the materials, they were already available, but I still needed to purchase a few. The items I had in hand influenced the exact design for my static grass applicator. But if you were building one, there's no need to follow my exact design because of all the arrangement of parts that I had at my disposal. For that reason, I will explain how the parts were assembled and why they went together, so that somebody could do the same thing as far as function, but not have to buy the exact same parts that I had around. and design their own. To break down the elements of the design, I start with the basic parts: the electronics housing and the static grass container. Now from here I will explain the components that make up each of these basic parts. So looking at the static grass container, it basically holds the static grass fiber and the electrode, and then it has the screen through which the fibers fall. The electrode delivers the charge to the fibers that enable them to maintain their vertical orientation. For some devices, like the one I made from the electronic fly swatter, the screen is also the electrode, but not what I wanted. The electronics housing contains the remaining components, including the power source, the ground wires, the switch, and the negative ion generator. Now, one option that I prefer is an indicator to let me know when the unit has power, and I would recommend that highly, because you don't want to be filling that container when it's producing 12,000 volts. So at the core of the static grass applicator is the thing called a negative ion generator. It creates static electricity to charge the grass. Now these weren't made for the purpose of making our device. The real intention of the negative ion generator is to work for electrostatic air cleaners. But the start of my project was getting the negative ion generator. I purchased mine from the electronic gold mine, but there are other places that you can buy them, including Amazon. The thing about electronic gold mine is you can't be sure they have the same thing they had last time. They have a changing inventory. So the one I got is powered by DC volts up to 12 volts. You can put in lower input voltage like I do with my 9-volt battery, but it produces a lower output. And these devices may have 3 wires or 4 wires, and there are even some that are powered by 120 volts AC, which I was trying to stay clear of. So here's the unit that I use for this project. The device is about 3 inches by 1 inch by 1 1/4 inches and has 3 wires and can produce 12,000 volts output when the input is 12 volts. This shows the unit as I received it, and the high voltage wire has a brush on the end. I believe the brush on the end is for the purpose of using it for electrostatic air cleaning. This photo shows the 12,000 volt device and another one that can produce 15,000 volts. That unit has 4 wires, and I discovered that 2 wires are connected together, making it comparable to the one with 3 wires. The close-up photo of the high voltage wire is marked for 20 kV DC, 20,000 volts DC. So the container I chose for this project was a convenient size that I have been using for years for storing hardware. It's made from the Talente Gelato container, and it can hold a good amount of static grass. It has a screw-on lid, and the lid size is just about right to have a 3-inch hole and still some left over to hold your screen in place. These photos support my discussion of my choice for the container. The top left photo shows how I use it for hardware storage. The top right photo has an original jar and one that's ready to be used for the static grass container. The product printing and labeling can be removed with denatured alcohol. The bottom left shows the ample supply of mesh that I use for the screen. Of course, it was left over from a home improvement project, and a lot of it. And the bottom right photo shows a sour cream container lid that was cut down to become a retainer to hold the screen in the jar lid. Also, with this arrangement, I can change the mesh size, and I can cut additional retainers with smaller openings to apply grass in smaller areas. In model railroading, we all know the NOC Grassmaster. It seems to be a standard. And I noticed that the kit contains 3 different screens for different lengths of static grass. The instructions for the device have recommendations for the mesh size to use for the different lengths of static grass, but they also invite users to experiment. I will need to find other mesh sizes for various lengths of static grass, as I started with that one mesh, but I'm looking for others. I had that large roll of mesh, and that has 2.5 millimeter openings. And I can use I also can use some fiberglass or nylon window screen for a finer mesh, and those openings in the screen that I have are about 1 millimeter by 1.5 millimeters. And this should work well for short grass like the 2 millimeter size. My original applicator, built from an electronic fly swatter, had a pretty fine mesh, but I mostly used it for 2 to 4 millimeter grass. I will be doing some experimenting to find the best mesh size for the different lengths of static grass. So at first, I considered using a bolt in the rear of the container as an electrode. And then I found this part from a lamp amongst a collection of electrical leftovers, and it seemed interesting. I thought that I could benefit from the fact that it was on the back of the container and it went up the sides a little bit. Maybe it would surround the fibers better. Well, I tested it. I tested both of them. And then I ended up using the one I selected, the lamp part. But before I selected that concept, I wired it up and tested it. I certainly wanted to see if it was at least as good as the bolt. And to do that, and this is part of my demonstrating how the simplicity and the breakdown of the components, I just connected the powered up negative ion generator to the static grass container with a wire. And then of course I had the clip on the grounding wire. And I did a couple of experiments and I didn't see any difference, so I selected the one I picked. Now the other major components part is the electronics housing. I made mine with the parts that were available to me. and those were left over for some, I think, drainage project. The 3-inch PVC threaded adapter, a 3-inch threaded plug, the 45-degree PVC elbow, and the plastic cover. The top center photo shows how the parts assembled, and also you can see where the parts I didn't use fit in. The other two photos show the top and bottom views of the assembled housing. When I was designing the housing, it was important to have a general idea how the components and the wiring will be laid out to make sure everything fits in. And if you're doing a design, you want to also make sure everything's going to fit inside. At least you get a general sense. Probably leave yourself a little extra room because space gets used up pretty quickly. Plus you need some room to manipulate in there. Besides getting everything to fit, you need to consider how you're going to connect the wiring and then integrate it into the housing. It can be crowded in there, but a good plan allows you to get everything into the electronics housing and get the cover secured. And similar to a model railroad layout space, it can quickly fill up. This photo shows the assembly connected to the switch that selects between the battery and the 12-volt power supply. Since the switch connections were soldered and then covered with shrink tube, I did it at the workbench. I couldn't even imagine trying to make those connections inside the housing. But before coming up with that process, I certainly had to check to make sure that assembly could fit through the mounting hole for the switch. In particular, I had to check the 12-volt connector and the 9-volt battery connector and make sure they could easily fit through the opening. Now, if they couldn't fit through the opening, I would have had to stick the wires out and do the soldering outside. But fortunately, I could do everything at the bench away from the device. The other items that must mount into the electronics housing are the power switch, the LED power indicator, and there is a hole for connecting the wire with the alligator clip. Once again, items that I already possessed drove my design. The power switch was salvaged from a retired appliance. The power indicator is a regular white LED behind a red lens salvaged from a discarded DC power pack. Otherwise, I would have used a standard red LED mounted through a hole in the housing. Here is a diagram of the circuit that I use for the static grass applicator. Now, to make this device, you really only need the power connected to the negative ion generator to allow it to function. But I needed some items to enhance the operation. You could basically do what I did when I was experimenting with the static grass container. Of course, putting it in a package. The power switch I added to give me some control, and the power indicator LED confirms the state of the power switch, and I find them both to be very valuable. And I've also added that selector switch to choose between power sources, and I like that as well. Now, even though I can operate the static grass applicator conveniently from a 9-volt battery inside the housing, the maximum output from the negative ion generator is achieved with the 12-volt input. Therefore, I decided to include an interface to an external 12-volt power supply. In retrospect, I could have used a better technique to mount the connector, but I learned that lesson by not doing that and through a lot of cutting and fitting. Now I know better the next time. Sometimes there's no next time. One thing about the round housing was that I had to carve a flat location on the exterior for each component mounted to the housing. For the 12-volt connector, I also had to create an appropriate surface on the inside. A Forstner bit was great for making the exterior flat spot, but when I test fit my initial cut, I could not make the connection between the 12-volt supply and the connector inside the device. The exterior hole needed to be deeper, but the challenge for this step was that I had no material to set the center of the bit. If I tried to freehand it into the open hole, the bit would probably wobble or wander and it'd make a very sloppy and not very flat bottom hole. I solved this problem by inserting a chopstick through the hole and centering the bit on that. The photos show the sequence beginning with the initial hole, the insertion of the chopstick, and using the Forstner bit to deepen the hole. The result of that extra drilling and the deeper hole made a good connection. Now it is time to join the two main parts, the static grass container and the electronics housing. The photo on the right shows that the electrode is secured into the grass container by the two brass machine screws. The top left photo shows the bottom of the static grass container with those screws projecting through the container. Those projected screws align with two holes in the top of the electronics housing. The bottom left photo shows the screws being inserted into the electronics housing, and when they are completely inserted, a nut is secured on both screws to align to join them. However, one screw also will have the high voltage connection from the negative ion generator. With this method, the screws make the physical and the electrical connection between the two parts. With those mounting screws secured and connected, it's time to add the last element to the electronics housing. That is the bottom cover with the 9-volt battery. The photo on the right shows the cover with the mounted and connected battery ready to be attached to the electronics housing. The photo on the left shows the cover with the battery clip mounted on the inside. Now, one advantage of having the 9-volt battery mounted on the bottom cover is that for the most part, this device stands with that at the bottom. And as such, should the battery leak, you can't be sure, you can't always be sure. You could have a leaky battery. If your battery leaked, it would only leak onto the cover and not all into all the internal electronics and wiring. That's an inadvertent advantage, but I don't plan to allow it to leak, but you never know. So here are some photos of the completed static grass applicator. I shot several views around the outside. Now accompanying that, I also have a video where I panned all around the outside of the device. So that's it. I have it. Now that it's all built, it's time to think about how I would use it. I already had some general idea how to use it, but now I was going to learn better techniques. One thing is you can mix colors. It's a good idea to mix colors and also lengths, but not in the same application. The mixture of colors and the different lengths make it more realistic because that's the way it is in reality. And the only time that maybe you'll have a uniform length and a uniform color might be if you have a manicured golf course or a lawn. And you can mix the colors in the bin to apply together, but different lengths should be applied separately. So when you're dropping out of the bin, it should always be the same length. And there are techniques to add different lengths in a layering effect on your layout. And to get an idea of how to get a good result, I turn to YouTube. And from all of the YouTubes that I reviewed, and I think I reviewed every YouTube that mentioned static grass, the two that stand out are the ones that I have on the slide. The one from Martin Wellberg and also Marklin of Sweden. They have really good videos and they tell you a lot about how to develop your technique. And the only way you can really be proficient with this is by practice. But this isn't the only thing. The same thing goes for almost everything else we do in this hobby. The more you do it, the better you get at it. But some things to remember: before you apply glue on your surface, you want to make sure you seal the surface. Otherwise, all your glue will be absorbed into the surface and you'll have no bonding capability with your static grass. And also note that you try to have a mesh size that works with the grass you're using, because one size does not work for all lengths the same way. You'll find the best mesh to go with the particular length that you are applying. Now here are some photos of my earliest work with the static grass applicator. For the application, I was using a 50-50 mix of white glue and water. And here is a video of the actual application to show you that it actually does work. Well, I took my device to Steve K's layout and tried applying static grass to a hillside. Here is one photo of the results. And here is another photo from that session. I found that long static grass, like 12 millimeters, is best suited for grass tufts. When we were doing the layout we were using different lengths on the layout. When we tried to use 12 millimeter, it was kind of difficult to work with. It would often fall over or fall sideways, and because it's really too long. But if you're using it for tufts, it may be a better idea, because when you're doing tufts, you're in a pretty controlled environment. Usually you have a big flat plate that you're putting down all the glue on. And I've been trying a technique where I put a mesh above the surface containing the glue. And that's intended to improve the results. And it works best for tufts, like I said, because it's on a completely flat surface and it's easy to establish the height of that secondary mesh. And guess what? I have lots of secondary mesh because of that roll that I showed earlier in this presentation. And I try to make the mesh height around half the length of the static grass. And that mesh is meant to catch any fibers that may fall sideways and to keep the vertical fibers from falling over. Now, while I was working with this, trying different glue materials, and with this secondary mesh at a height from the different materials, adhesives, and I discovered that Liquitex Basic Acrylic can create a grass mat with a very robust backing. So the photos show my initial work with Liquitex Basics, and that's how well it worked with long static grass when using that additional mesh. The other photo shows that the resulting mat is robust. I have not used this technique on a layout or with shorter grass, but I believe if you don't like I used a color for that job, and you can see how robust it is in the photos, but you might not like that color. However, since Liquitex Basics comes in a variety of colors and it is artist paint, you could mix the color you need to create the base color for the grass mat. And I didn't try it on any other acrylic, tube acrylic, except the Liquitex Basics. And I think why it works is because of the texture. It's kind of like toothpaste, and the fibers seem to plant into it when they land. And I think that's why it holds together so well. I mean, it's also skins over and makes a very resilient material by itself, but it holds those grass fibers pretty well. I will, of course, continue working on this. So I'm pleased with the new design. It met my requirements, and I can see an improvement resulting from the increased output voltage. And it certainly is convenient to operate. However, I need to work with it to find the best mesh size for different static grass. And I will continue to try other glues and evolve my techniques. As I use it more, I should get better at operating it and get better results. And now, if there are any questions, please ask them. Thank you.
Well, that was a neat presentation, Jim. I wish I'd seen that before I went out and bought my knock grass machine, but we have a few questions here. What is the cost in parts and time versus buying something commercially available?
Um, well, it's really not that expensive considering that the most expensive part is the negative ion generator, and I think I must have paid around $10 or so for the one that was in that project. Right now I'm looking to get a 20,000 volt, and I think I've been pricing them at about $20. Um, and the rest of the stuff, most of it was all gathered from around the house. That was a point, was that you can use whatever you have available, and it's just how you want to put it together. I can't really give a
Mhm.
cost on that because I just had some of those items around. You wouldn't build. And I've recommended you won't build it that way because if you look at the way I put it together, I used parts that didn't make sense, but they were there.
Yeah, I think while the program was running, we were talking a little bit, and you mentioned something about it was a MacGyver project.
Yeah, that's right. Since I
Yeah.
retired, I do MacGyver projects. I go around, find things that are around the house that I have an idea, and I go, oh, I can put that to use, and I do that.
Uh-huh. Okay, another question. Any sound effects coming from the device?
No, that one doesn't make any sound at all. But I have one in mind with that 15,000 volt generator that I showed during my presentation. That one, I've got an idea of building one with possible sound effects in it.
Uh-huh. And then one final one, how do you travel through security at an airport with one of these things?
I wouldn't want to try
Yeah,
because when you
put it
turn
in
it
the
on,
put it in the baggage compartment stuff, not the carry-on, right?
yeah, but it might get flagged there. Boy, the thing looks sinister, let me tell you.
Oh, it probably would, yeah. Well, all right. Thank you for your clinic, Jim, and it was appreciated. And we'll look forward to seeing your next iteration.
Oh, and then I want to remind everybody that if they go on the NERx site, they can find there's an attachment with some of the websites that I mentioned and the location where I got the
Yeah, we do
machine.
have some handouts on the
Yes.
website, so be sure to pay a visit to that. Okay, so our next part of the program is going to be a tips and tricks presentation by Tom Oxnard. Going to be talking about jigs. And then after that, we will do a model showcase. So Speed, whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Tom Oxnard, and good evening. I would like to talk about something that I frequently use when I build my models. When I scratch build models, I often have to make multiple parts that are the same. You can make each individual part one at a time, or you can make a mold and cast multiple resin parts. But I would like to talk about some of the jigs that I've used over the years. Jigs are something that you have to make first that help you assemble something more easily or allow you to make repeating parts of the same thing. If you're making several parts of styrene, then make your jigs from wood so that the glue doesn't hold it in place. And if you're making several parts of wood, then make your jig from styrene so the parts don't stick to it. Let me share. Some of the early jigs actually came from a Craftsman kit. They're made of plywood and are used to make posts and bracing for a canopy, but they can be used for cutting any 45-degree angles. Next one is the jig that I use most often for making railings and ladders. At the 2012 Syracuse convention, I went to a 3-hour hands-on clinic given by Brian Curry, MMR. He wanted us to solder very fine wire railings from 10,000 to 15,000 brass wire. We made a jig from plywood and cut post and rail grooves with a fine saw blade. We drilled holes at the crossing point where we would solder. You then lay in long pieces of wire along the top rail and the middle rail and solder on your pre-cut posts. After soldering 3 or 4 posts in place, remove it from the jig and move it down the line and continue to solder on more posts. You can change the groove size by different saw blades, depending on your wire size. You can see that these are well used and you may need to replace them with new ones that you've made. It's easy to saw grooves of different sizes or spacing. I use the same type of jig to make wire ladders. The jigs are easy to make using plywood. You can space the grooves every 12 inches and use the jig for a ladder, or turn the jig and use it every 3rd or 4th groove for posts on a railing. Here is an example of a ladder for a signal pole on my Ashland Railroad station. The extra wire at the ends is useful to bend at the top and the extension at the bottom. One of my prototype projects was making the Fort Fairfield Railroad Station at Fort Fairfield, Maine. This was a big project, and I wanted the construction to be accurate for station brackets and for the railing. I needed to make 2 jigs from wood because I wanted to make these parts from styrene. The first jig is for making 28 brackets for the overhanging station roof. Making the jig needs accurate measurements and can take some time, but once the jig is made, the process of turning out brackets or whatever you're making can be fairly quick. 2 brackets are used in each position. Here are all those brackets, and that's where they're placed on the station eave. The second jig is for an ornate railing over the front porch of the railroad station. This is a picture of the 1928 station by George Melvin. This may look difficult to build, but once you break it down into steps, it's quite doable. The jig holds the top and bottom parallel rails, and then glue in the posts against the properly spaced blocks. You then remove it from the jig and finish the cross rails on the front and the mid-horizontal rail on the backside. It's fairly sturdy, being made of styrene. Here is the process of putting in the cross braces after you remove it from the jig. And here's the final product on the front porch. A very useful jig is one I got from Tichy. This is used to make your own grab irons from 80 thousandths or 10 thousandths brass wire. Make the first 90-degree bend with your needle nose pliers. Place it in either hole and bend it over the edge to make a 17-inch or a 20-inch grab iron. The other jig on the right is for drilling holes in the exact location and spacing of grab irons on the end of the boxcar. You want to get into hand laying track, then there are 2 jigs that you will surely want to use. The first is for laying down and gluing in place your wooden ties in the accurate and proper spacing. You may be doing dozens of feet of ties and tracks, so this is essential. The jig is made by gluing thinner brasswood strips onto a plywood base, but making sure you give ample space or wiggle room for your ties to slide in and out. Draw your track center line on your layout homosote and paint on white glue, but still show the center line. Then load all of your tiles into the jig, pre-stained or not. Tape on a 1/2-inch piece of masking tape with one edge along the center line. Then lift off the long piece of masking tape and ties off the jig and place onto the straight or curved track center line that's already glued. Remove the tape after it dries and proceed onto the next section and do this many feet after many feet. The second important jig that many of you have used is a fast track jig. This happens to be a number 7 turnout jig. I use this on many turnouts and a crossover. Fast Tracks has accurate drawings or diagrams of all the track features and turnouts that allow you to scratch build them with their handy tools. It's a very useful system, and I have made different types of turnouts and a diamond using their tools and diagrams without purchasing other jigs. A jig that many of you have used is one to make trestle bents. These are described in the books about bridges that teach you how to make full trestles, so I won't go into that now. Lastly, I have 2 styrene jigs that I made to scratch build wooden frames for old prototype freight cars. One is 36 feet, one is 39 feet. These were for a flat car and a rail and tie car for my car's certificate. The jigs are needed because of the longer time it takes for the glue to dry using wood. The jigs are helpful whether you want to make one or several cars of the same size. If you want to make car frames from styrene, then make your jig from basswood. So these are some of the jigs that I have used, and I'm sure you have many more of your own that you have used yourself. They are very helpful whether you use them once or multiple times for several projects or fences or railings or cars. So thanks for watching this.
Welcome to the 2023 NERx Model Showcase. Over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see all of the models submitted to the showcase. Part 2 starts now. Doug Diedrich, a member of the Hudson Berkshire Division, finished the East Glacier Park scene on his N-scale model railroad, the Great Northern Railway Kalispell Division. This small project involved adding a double portal to complete the area near East Glacier Park. Doug masked the track to protect it while scenery was being applied. Here is another angle of the scene. Doug presented a clinic on basic scenery tips during the NERx virtual convention in December 2020. Here is the completed scene on Doug's layout. If you would like to see more of his layout, it was toured during the December 2020 NERx virtual convention. You can watch Doug's clinic and layout tours by visiting the nerx.org website. It is 1948, and this is the Batchelder & Sons Furniture Factory in Potsdam, New York, on Jim Heights, Ogdensburg, and Norwood. The HO scale model was scratch-built by Ed O'Rourke, a member of the Central New York Division and a master model railroader, from a drawing by the late Don Andrews. The model sits against the backdrop, hence the shortened side, and will be camouflaged with foliage and other structures to hide the foreshortening. Team Spalte, also known as Gordon and Gene Spalte and members of the Lakeshores Division, scratch-built a pair of HO scale boxcars as part of master model railroader Jim DeMarco's Build It series. The green M&W boxcar is scratch-built by Gordon. The black PX boxcar is by Gene Spalte, her very first scratch-built car. Both cars are weathered and in service on the Spalte's Main and Western Railroad. This underbody photo of Gene's car shows it includes all of the brake rigging except for the air lines. Bruce Shepard of the Lakeshores Division scratch-built this HO-scale model of the Safe Step Ladder Company, an abandoned factory, on a 17 by 25-inch diorama. The scene shows the police scrutinizing a group of youths who have gathered there. The structure is scratch-built from styrene and mat board. In this view, Bruce provided a close-up of the main roof. Bruce also provided a view of the stucco addition to the factory. We hope you enjoyed Part 2 of the NERx Model Showcase. Tomorrow night you can see Part 3.
All right. That was a nice presentation on the jigs. And next up, we have a visit with some of the folks who are bringing us the Cannonball Express in Uniondale, New York on Columbus Day weekend, October 5th through 8th in 2023. First, we have Dennis DeAngelis. Dennis has been a model railroader since he was 12 when his father started the 4x8 layout. He has been in the NMRA for over 50 years and served in various capacities in the Sunrise Trail Division, where he is currently serving as president. He is also a member of the HO Track Modular Club and on the board of the Railroad Museum of Long Island. He models in HO with an emphasis on the Long Island Railroad and lives in Northport on Long Island. He's slowly working on his dream layout and towards his MMR, although real work sometimes get in the way. Next, we have John Faraka, MMR. John is the model and photo contest chair for the Sunrise Trail Division. John has taken on the role of organizing the operating sessions and layout tours for the 2023 NER convention. He models in HO scale. And third, we have Kevin Carter, who resides with his wife on the South Shore of Long Island. He has been an officer in the Sunrise Trail Division since 1999 and served several years as director in the NER. He's an avid HO scale modeler and rail photographer, and he's also a member of the modular groups HO Track and the New England or NE Corridor Historical Society. Northeast Corridor Historical Society. And just real quickly before we get started, remember to ask your questions in the chat window on YouTube and Facebook. All right, so Dennis, you're up. You can take it away.
Good evening. We're very excited to be able to host this convention. We've been working quite hard on getting it guys to give us the best possible show. The convention hotel will be the Marriott in Uniondale, which is located right off Park, which is a major north-south road on Long Island. It's accessible by from the north easily, from the south readily, and also from the Long Island Railroad, which is not too far away. We've worked with the hotel to get a discounted rate, and we're very excited about having the hotel there. They have an excellent convention wing, so everything will be in one spot. We won't have to go running around the building looking for the different clinics and the other activities. So that's where we're planning on having the convention, and we're very happy with their facilities and the help they've been able to give us. And Kevin will talk to us a little bit about the clinics that we're working on for the convention.
Okay, there's my picture on there on the screen. Hello. Okay. Yes, we're quite happy to be sponsoring the Cannonball Express. We haven't done this for at least 10 years, I guess, and we're anxiously involved with this and coming up with an excellent and varied program for many people, for those who attend the convention. Anyway, as far as the clinics go, we have a pretty diversified grouping of clinics covering a broad range of topics. There's construction clinics. There are several rail marine clinics for those that have an affinity for tugboats and car floats. And there's also some technical clinics such as 3D printing. What else? I'm sorry. Okay, and then there are construction clinics on Elgary construction, cardstock modeling. Let's see what else. Building a helix, constructing a bar mills kit. Also, there's a achievement program. There'll be a couple of achievement program clinics. So one in particular will be what do I have to do to earn my chief dispatcher certificate. Getting back to the rail marine aspect, we have Matt Herson doing an excellent presentation on waterfront railroads in New York City. And let's see what else. clinicians from far and wide that will be giving their presentations and showing their expertise in other categories. Dave Abrams will be, oh, here's the other technical one, using a micro controller and servos to control a level crossing. And I hope there's no conflict because I need to attend that one. Building a New England covered bridge. Also the, oh, here's one. It's sort of rail marine related because I know this was right on the Hudson River. The Colgate manufacturing factory plant that's was located in Jersey City. So one individual is giving a clinic on modeling that. And we're actively seeking other clinicians and adding to the list, and people are getting their schedules lined up. And the clinic program is quite diversified and interesting. And if we're able to, we'll be able to duplicate several if necessary. This way, if you have a conflict on a particular day, you might be able to catch it on the rerun. So we're looking forward to having people come out to Long Island. Long Island is an excellent, it's not the stigma of traffic constantly and all the other issues. It's not as bad as it sounds. It's manageable. And you'll be, you know, the convention starts on a Thursday. So you come out here on a Thursday and you'll be leaving on a Sunday. It's not going to be your usual rush hour traffic, which exists everywhere. So you can't get away from it. And it's no worse here than it is in other major cities or outside other major cities. And thankfully, we're not in the heart of Manhattan. So being at being out here on the island, that affords people with many possibilities of visiting other points of interest and other activities. There are several railroad museums out here. We also have a very interesting non-rail grouping of program of items to in interest the wives and spouses of people that may come along with you. So all in all, this is a must visit or a must do event. Try to set your sights on it and attend, and we'd love to have you. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, Long Island is a very diverse place, not only from a model railroad standpoint, but also for other activities. And we have what we think is a very exciting prototype tour lined up. For our prototype tour, we'll be doing a fan trip to Grand Central Terminal. Recently, the Long Island Railroad has opened a direct line from the Long Island into Grand Central. This is something that's been in the works for years, and it was supposed to open at the end of last year. I was supposed to open like 10 years ago, but it was supposed to open at the end of last year. They finally got it opened now. So we'll be taking as a group the Long Island Railroad out of the Mineola station, going into Central. Grand Central Madison is the new terminal underneath Grand Central Terminal, the main terminal building. So we'll come in there and then go upstairs for a tour of the iconic terminal, one of the busiest rail terminals in the world. Now with the Long Island Railroad into Grand Central, it even makes it busier. Long Island still hasn't worked out their final schedule as they start getting experience with trains going in there. They're tweaking the schedule. So we don't have final schedules yet for the time we'll be leaving. We're anticipating as soon as the Long Island opens those up, we'll be able to give more details on it. But we'll have tour guides to guide us around the terminal, to both tell us about the architectural significance of the structure and also the rail significance and how the whole thing comes together. So we're very excited to be able to have this unique facility as part as our program. So that's one of the major attractions, I think, for coming down to Long Island and being able to go on to this, this. And one of the other things that's exciting is we have a lot of super model rail island, and John is going to talk more about that now. Let me just click on screen share. John, you there?
I'm here. Good evening, everyone. I'm John Faraka. My role in the Cannonball Express is organizing the layout, operating sessions, and tours. We're going to have 15 layouts for the convention. I believe 14 will be operating and 14 will be open for tours. One won't be open for tours and one won't be open for sessions, but we've got a very diverse group of layouts here. I have a little PowerPoint I'm going to go through with you. 2023 Cannonball Express NER convention will feature many fine layouts in G, HO, SN3, and N scale across the New York metropolitan area. Total 15 layouts will be participating in both op sessions and layout tours. And here's a sample of the layouts. First one is yours truly. That's my layout, HO scale Stone Canyon Railroad. I'm located in Shirley, out on Long Island. I am sharing. You guys can't see that? Okay, let's go back.
Excuse me, but I still see my share on the screen, even though I click stop sharing. I don't know if that's an issue. Okay, thank you.
There we go. Can you see that now? Okay. So first layout on the list is my layout, HO scale Stone Canyon Railroad. I model a freelance layout based in the 1950s, Western US location. I've hosted over 100 op sessions in the past 10 years. I belong to a group of model railroaders that operate weekly. A bunch of them are on this tour, so you'll see them as I go through. Second layout is Howard Dwyer's HO scale Island Central Railroad. He's located in Farmingville on Long Island. Howard also models in 1950s. It's a freelance layout. He runs a lot of passenger and freight. He's got a lot of urban scenery. Howard's layout is a beautifully detailed artistic expression, very reminiscent of George Celios's layout. The op sessions are very relaxed and a lot of really nice detail scenes. Next on the list is Ron Engel's HO scale Great Northern Railroad. He's located in St. James, Long Island. He's also part of my round robin group. Ron has packed a massive amount of operation in very small space. This is one of two rooms that he runs. Proto-freelance 50s, 60s, Minnesota, Wisconsin area. He models Superior and St. Cloud, Minnesota. Like I said, it's in two rooms, triple decked, lots of action on this layout. Really nicely well done. Next is Dave Barraz's HO scale New York and Atlantic Railroad. He's out in Wading River, not too far from where I am. Dave's layout is very impressive. He's prototypical layout. He's modeling the New York and Atlantic. He has a very large triple deck layout, faithfully modeling the Long Island Railroad from Long Island City in the west all the way out to Greenport on the North Fork of Long Island. Dave is a signals engineer by trade, and his layout is signaled, and it's a real masterpiece to operate on. also part of the Round Robin group that we operate weekly.
It's
John
amazing.
Jacklich, HO Scale New York Connecting Railroad. He's located in Selden. John models 50s and 60s interchange operations at Fresh Pond Junction in Queens, New York, another prototypical layout. Next, we have the West Island HO Scale Allegheny and Western Railroad, located in Hicksville, Long Island. This is a club layout. Many people probably know it's very large. I believe it's 4,000 or 5,000 square feet, multi-deck layout. Let's see. So this layout models selected scenes from Jersey City in New Jersey to Scranton, PA, 650-foot main line. They can handle up to 40 operators. It's a very large operation. The layout is signaled. Really exciting layout to operate on, not one to miss. Vinnie Pellettieri's SN3 scale West Side Lumber Railroad. He's in Upper Brookville, Long Island. This is an absolutely stunning layout, fully scenic, beautifully detailed, narrow gauge layout. Vinnie models, it's a prototypical layout set in the 50s, and this is his version of the West Side Lumber Company, and the location is in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Really nicely done, not one to miss. Dave Ramos, HO Scale New York Harbor Railroad in Clifton, New Jersey. Dave replicates New York City operations on a specific date, February 7th, 1947. The layout is 4 segments: the New York Central 30th Street branch, 30th Street Yard, Erie Railroad 28th Street Car Float Yard, and the Lehigh Valley 27th Street Car Float. Very, very detailed operating layout. Lots of action, lots of switching action. Another one not to miss. Phil Monatz, HO Scale Delaware and Susquehanna Railroad. He's located up in the Bronx. Bill runs a modern proto-freelance layout loosely based on the Lehigh Gorge area in Pennsylvania. Single track mainline is fully CTC controlled. He has heavy switching as well as unit trains. Bill runs a very prototypical operation, many trains running in his op session. Dan Shepard's N-Scale Wayward River Railroad, located in Bayside, Queens. Dan is modeling a freelance northeast layout circa 1976, and it draws inspiration from West Side Freight Line, Putnam Division, and the Maybrook Line. I might also say the only N-scale layout on the during the convention, but very nicely done layout. Nicolo Platas' HO Scale NPSF Railroad. He's located in New Hyde Park, Long Island. Another very, very gorgeous, stunning layout.
Gorgeous.
Double deck layout. His is a prototypical, his is proto freelanced. Based on BNSF practices, it's a double deck layout, beautiful desert scenery, based in the Albuquerque, New Mexico area.
Spectacular.
Garden State Model Railroad Club, HO Scale, located in North Haledon, New Jersey. This is a club layout that's been around for about 3 decades. Prototypical railroads in New Jersey, 1950s. Notable features include a recreation of the Central Railroad of New Jersey passenger terminal. Really nice layout. Another one not to miss. Steve Gittleman's G-Scale Chichester and Sweet Hollow Railroad, located in Huntington, Long Island. This is an outdoor layout. Spans across a pretty large area on his property. Really, really nicely done. Set in 1958 and is loosely based on the Middletown and Willimantic segment of the New Haven Railroad. And he operates with timetable and train order for his op sessions. Hopefully we have a nice day. He also has an indoor layout, HO scale Great Lakes and Iron Range Railroad. Another really, really nicely done layout. This is freelanced iron ore and coal hauler located in the upper Midwest. One of the highlights on his layout is he has a huge dock with very large lake boats. Really impressive. The last layout on the list is Ben Lederer's HO scale Long Island Railroad Montauk branch. He's located in Brentwood. This layout was only started about a year ago, so it's under construction. So it'll be an interesting layout to visit to see a layout as it's being built. Ben models the Long Island Railroad Montauk branch, prototypical 1960s between Babylon and Spionk. He has a prototypical track plan with many towns. He's also planning on running timetable and train orders with manual block signal rules will be in place. Ben's layout will be open for layout tours only, it's not ready yet for ops, but another interesting Long Island Railroad base layout. I'm going to stop sharing now, and that wraps up the layout and tour for all the model railroads here on Long Island, New Jersey, and in the Bronx.
I've had the opportunity to operate on some of these layouts. John's and Howard's are spectacular. The gentleman who's Nick, who has the Long Island Railroad, who's the signal engineer, it's unbelievable. You're actually on the Long Island Railroad. It's exactly the way the New York and Atlantic runs. It's exactly prototypical. It's amazing. And it isn't much scenery to look at, but the way the track plan and the signaling, it's just absolutely amazing. He's really duplicated the Long Island. It's spectacular. So there's a lot of great layouts, and these ops sessions and layout tour spots will fill up quickly. So we encourage you to register early if you're interested in doing the operations, because these spots will fill up quickly. So as soon as the registration becomes available, which should be in the very near future, we would encourage you to register, and so you get your pick of the layouts you want to operate on. They're really, really amazing. West Island, they say 40 people, you think you're going to be bumping into people, but I've operated there many times, and you'd hardly know there's other people in the room. It's huge, and it's very well done. Some of it, the scenery is complete. Some of it, not so much, but the operations, all computer, all signaled, really, really spectacular layout to operate on. I'm looking for, I try to operate there like once a month, and it really is a spectacular place to operate. So we have quite a bit of activities for you planned. The prototype tour, the layout tours, the clinics. We hope we've enticed you to come down to Long Island and join us Columbus Day weekend in October, and come down and see Long Island. Besides the railroad stuff, there's tons of other things to do in the area. John, you've operated on most of these layouts, right?
Most of them. There's still a few I haven't that I hope to get out to before the convention starts, but a real diverse selection of layouts.
Yeah. Sure. When you think of G scale, you don't think of operating prototypically and with, that way he has that set up. G scale, you think of it's going to run around in a circle, but he really has an operating layout. It's amazing. And that scale outside.
And the sound from those large engines is amazing. You can feel the bass in your feet.
It's at least a half a mile walk around layout outdoors. So you will get a nice workout. after it's over.
Yes, that's for sure.
It's a very different experience because we're always in basements and, you know, crowded spaces, and to be outdoors, it's really quite a unique experience.
Hopefully it doesn't rain.
Hopefully it doesn't rain. Well, you can't control everything.
Pete, you're still muted. Pete, you're muted.
I don't know what Pete's having. We seem to have some technical difficulty with our host here.
Can the host unmute him, or he is the host?
Sure.
Maybe he can,
There was
you can
one
post it.
question that came in is what is the estimated attendance and would organizers be interested in mini prints scanning sessions?
We don't know the estimated attendance at this point, but we definitely be interested in mini prints. I've spoken to them. I was up in Springfield, and I was scanned, and I got 5 of my mini-me's. I had hoped that they could do a little body shaping and knock off about 40 pounds, but they didn't. But the fidelity is absolutely unbelievable when you see yourself reduced to about an inch high. It's absolutely amazing. It was well worth the modest cost. It blew me away. It was absolutely incredible. It was the highlight of my trip to Springfield. It really was great. It was worth the trip on its own. It was really great. So we'd really like to have them come down, and we'd love to have them join us.
Well, the question came from Bernard at Mini Prints. So
we'd love to have you. Contact us. You have my information because as I said, I did the scan. So contact me, and I'll be very happy to work out the logistics of it.
okay. And Pete, I don't know if you're still having audio issues, but I think that's it for the NER convention, the Cannonball Express, and we hope people join us in Uniondale, New York in October. Great job, guys.
Thank you very much.
Great
I
convention.
appreciate the opportunity.
Next, we have the folks from the Fundy Rail Fest to talk to us about it. First up is Greg Williams. Greg is president of the Eastern Canada Division. He inherited his love of trains and model railroading from his father. He lives in New Brunswick, Canada, near the border of Maine, and his modeling interests are CP rail in the 1970s and broken down narrow gauge lines in ON30. Next is Lou McIntyre. Lou is having a great time in retirement as a member of the organizing committee for the Fundy Rail Fest 2023 convention. He is also secretary treasurer of the host St. John Society of Model Railroaders and is editor of the Eastern Canada Division newsletter, the Hot Box. He models a former Southern New Brunswick branch line, the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway, and has particular interest in scenery, structures, operations, and rail photography. And last but not least, we have Steve McMullen. Steve recently retired and lives in St. John, New Brunswick. His HO scale Carlton Railway will be featured on Wednesday evening on NERx, and he is the chair of the committee planning Fundy Rail Fest and the vice president of the Northeastern Region Canada Division. He has also previously served as president of NMRA Canada for many years. Gentlemen, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you. It's great to be here and great to be able to tell you about Fundy Rail Fest 2023 coming up from May the 25th to the 28th here in St. John, New Brunswick, and to try to encourage and coax and persuade people that they need to come here, that this is a convention not to be missed. St. John is Canada's oldest incorporated city, so there's lots of history here. It's a place where people love to come. There are about 200,000 cruise ship passengers that come here every year. So it's a great place to come, but from May 25th to 28th, it's an even better place to come, as we've been preparing for a couple of years now to host Fundy Rail Fest and to really provide a great weekend with a wide variety of activities, some that would be typical at a convention, lots of clinics we can talk about a bit, layout tours, operating sessions, but particularly here in St. John, we are focusing on some of the industries in our city and especially the way in which railroads are so important here. Canadian National, the New Brunswick Southern Railway, and its connections to Canadian Pacific. And those three railroads particularly you will see, but focused on Port St. John, which has been expanding in a huge way because of expansion of container shipping and the expanded container rail yard that they've been putting in. So that's going to be really central to our convention. Actually, Port St. John is one of our elite sponsors. The CEO of the port is going to be one of our plenary speakers for the convention. So as I say, there's some things here that you wouldn't see other places. Because of that, we're going to be focusing on New Brunswick Southern Railway also, and also the Irving Pulp and Paper Mill. So those are opportunities for tours that people will have. So Greg, if you want to maybe bring up some slides, and maybe I'll hand it over to you for a bit if you want. Or the three of us can tag team here.
Right on. Well, there we go. There's the beautiful city of St. John. The reversing falls to your left there, the only place where water runs uphill. I guess we'll start first with some of the clinics as we run through here. I've got a number of them that highlighted. First off, we have Ronald Grandmaison. He is in northern New Brunswick, and his Chaleur and Restigouche is a beautiful railway, and he's running a clinic on details that make the difference. Our own very own Steve McMullen is going to run a little clinic on shipping and farming potatoes, and you'll all get a chance to see Steve's layout on the tour or the operating session. He's doing both, and you'll see probably the world's largest potato field in HO scale. We're going to cover weathering, rolling stock, or painting and weathering by Tim Heyman. our newly minted MMR, James Watley, is going to take us through photo interpretation for model makers. And as a side hobby, James likes to go out with his wife and they find interesting buildings, and they actually take measurements and photographs, and then James takes them home to the workshop and builds models of them. So he's got a lot of experience with that. It's very interesting techniques. Rich Mahaney, which some of you may know, he is a model railroader from the US, and he is president of, which region is it, Steve?
Look, I can't remember right off. I want to say
Fair enough.
mid-continent or something, but I'm not sure.
Okay, and so
he's probably presented more clinics than anybody else in Edinburgh history.
Yes, Rich is very keen to come up and do that with us. He's very keen to see our neck of the woods, as they say. We're going to have a hands-on clinic led by Rob Leithley and myself. We're going to use a 555 timer to create a flashing circuit using red and blue LEDs, so that would work well in a police or emergency vehicle. And that's a hands-on clinic, and there is a small fee, but you get to take everything home with you and then use it on your layout. We have signaling from Kevin Rudko from Signal Logic Systems, and he's from Edmonton. Is that correct, Steve?
That's right. So he is coming at, what, 2,500 miles to be able to be here for our convention, and doing 2 clinics actually while he's here. Some of you might have met him in Springfield. He was there with a table in Springfield too.
Another one by Rich Mahaney doing flat car loads. And of course, we all recognize the blue box Athearn mechanism. Our friend Will Lawrence is going to lead us through tuning up diesel mechanisms, not just Athearns, but all of them, sort of giving us a little tips and tricks on making our locomotives run better. I'm up again with another electronics clinic, and this time I'm going to take you through all the different sizes of the Arduino, show their possibilities, limitations of the smaller ones, and what we might be able to do. I'll take it from something simple to something very complex. .3D printing as well. We have 2 avid 3D printers in our group in St. John, Rob Leithley and Steve Hill. On the left, you'll see a stairway that Rob printed out for an oil storage tank that he built in N scale. And on the right, we have a turntable that Steve Hill 3D printed. And you can see that on his layout during the tour as well.
Yeah, both their layouts will be open for tours, and the 3D stuff they've done is amazing. Rob has done some NN3 freight cars. Anyway, it's just amazing.
Taylor Main is a young fella, young to us anyway, from PEI, and he's going to talk to us about building in styrene. Luke Nolan knows everything there is to know about the Draper taper, and unfortunately he models CN and not CP, because it would be beautiful to see a red barn with a Draper taper, but you know, we can't all be perfect. Layout tours. Mr. Bob Boyce is going to have his layout available for a tour.
Bob has a big layout, and it's just the historical details are amazing.
Yeah,
I mean, you look at the buildings, and it's exactly what you would see.
Yeah, absolutely. And this area here is again in St. John. That's the old Union Station and a lot of the historic structures that were located around that. That guy on the left-hand side, there's a very historic station.
Our friend Dave Sloanwhite is going to have his layout up available for a tour as well. And it's currently under construction, so you can see some of the techniques that Dave is using on his layout. You can see here he's starting to model a little water scene and has some things roughed in. Now here you may have heard of the historic McAdam Station, and that's something that Doug Devine has modeled on his layout. And you guys have both operated on his layout. Do you want to just give a little bit of an overview of his layout?
Yeah, it's a very large layout, basement filling and 3 times around. And he has modeled the area between St. John and the U.S. border at Macadam, New Brunswick, which is where that station is located. And that'll come up a little bit later, in fact, when we talk about some of the sights to see. Layout tour again, continuing with Doug's. He also included the area in the western part of the city, and that's a realistic background of what the container port looks like now and the downtown skyline of St. John.
We're not just HO, we also have Don Fitzpatrick's O-scale layout.
Yeah. Don has a tremendous interest in unique rail freight cars, and he builds them from scratch, and you'll see some fascinating work that he's done. And that's more of Don's right there.
Now, this next fellow that's up, I don't know much about his layout.
Who would that be now? Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
The master of trees.
Yeah, the Lou's layout is beautiful. Scenery is amazing.
Yeah. Jokingly said I probably got close to 10,000 trees. It may not be far off, in fact, but it is a recreation of a railway that ran through of southern New Brunswick up until 1940. As you can see from the diesels here, I've carried the railway a little bit further into the modern era, and I'm modeling somewhere around 1960, 1959, thereabouts. A number of different unique scenes on there. This farm scene with the log loading facility and potato warehouses in the background. And what's the next scene there?
Steve Hill, he's also got a layout that's under construction. This is a kit that Steve designed for Bar Mills, and you could buy that firehouse from Bar Mills if you so desire.
And that's on Steve's layout.
That is on Steve's layout, and that's another view of the 3D printed turntable he made.
Yep.
And Steve calls his layout the Shenstone Mining and Survey Company. And you can see a bit of a mine that he's done there. And again,
yep. If anybody goes to visit Steve's layout, you will go home with one of those tokens that we saw on that previous slide.
Yeah, 3D printed executive pass.
Yep.
The Carleton Railway by Steve McMullen.
You're up, Steve.
Well, again, you'll see more of this tomorrow night, but my layout it's about a 500-foot main line. It's all at least double. It's all at least 2 levels. In some places, it's 3 levels. It's designed for operations, and so there'll be 2 operating sessions. And I love having people come to see my layout and operate on it. Proto freelance, but CN at one end and CP at the other.
And of course, we have 3 prototype tours that you can take on the Saturday. One is the Port of St. John, which is mentioned on Friday. I'm sorry. And Steve mentioned early, which is undergoing a huge expansion, the Port of St. John.
And a couple more views of the Port of St. John coming. Here's the container port. The previous slide was the metal recycling business next door, and carrying on there, Greg.
And of course, we get a lot of tourists through the cruise ships in St. John.
Yeah. So the port is a huge part of St. John as a city, and so we're really thrilled that the port has partnered with us for this convention.
And of course, NB Southern is on the tour as well.
Now, just to confuse things, you can see here that NB Southern engine was actually Maine Northern. There are three companies, Maine Eastern, NB Southern, and Maine Northern, that are all part of the same family, and the engines are lettered for one or the other. Now, this is a view of part of the container facilities. And we have a couple of mothers and slugs that do a lot of the work, switching duties around St. John.
Yeah, so you will certainly see trains on the move in St. John while you're here.
And speaking of slugs.
And all the snow, I promise, will be gone by May.
It's pretty well gone now, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty well gone by March 21st.
Yeah.
And of course, Irving Pulp and Paper is on the tour as well.
Yeah.
Right. So this is an opportunity to certainly see the control room of the mill, but also to see the shipping facility, the rail shipping facility. And one of the things that we're just used to in St. John is the dozens and dozens and dozens of wood chip cars that come there to be unloaded. And so again, an opportunity to see that operation as well.
And as previously mentioned, the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway by Lou McIntyre will also be open for an operating session.
Right on. And that will be the Thursday night leading up to the convention. And Steve will be operating on Thursday night and Friday night. And we'll have a good turnout of folks there.
So sign up soon.
Already quite booked.
Yep.
And of course, these are some rail fanning shots from around the area. Some leased locomotives that you're going to see here.
Yeah. NB Southern has actually just acquired, what is it, a total of about a dozen SD70s to handle the increased container traffic. And here you can also see some of the other things that industrial things that go on St. John, moving of potash from Saskatchewan, Western Canada, to the port here is one example.
Now, after all that, you're going to be hungry. So our banquet is being held at the Riverside Country Club. And it's a beautiful location. It's just a short drive from St. John. And there's a buffet meal going to be happening there, along with a speaker and the awards ceremony. You won't go away hungry. If you're interested in a more extended stay of the area, there's a couple of areas that you might want to see. There's the Macadam Station and Minister's Island. Macadam Station.
Go ahead.
Is an historic station that has been restored through a historical group. It is still in use. Well, not the station is in use, but the Macadam Yards are still in use by NB Southern. Formerly, of course, it was an important spot for the Canadian Pacific Railway. You can see more at macadamstation.ca. Minister's Island is another interesting place where Cornelius Van Horn built a home away from home, where he could get away from it all when he was constructing the Canadian Pacific Railway. There's a lot to see on the island, which is available by car or by walking. You actually walk on the bottom of the ocean when there is low tide to get to Minister's Island.
And the folks at Minister's Island have also provided an opportunity for people to come and stay in St. Andrews at the Algonquin Resort Hotel at a discounted rate. That's all on our website, so you can check that out if you want to come a little bit early or leave a little bit late. St. Andrews is really a premier resort town here in New Brunswick, and it's not that far from the Macadam Station either. So again, an opportunity to see some extra rail-related things in the area when you come to St. John.
And so now you're looking at the map of the NER, and you can see that we are not that far away from all of you in the rest of the northeastern region. There's two ports of entry to get to St. John across the border. Houlton, Maine, which is just over 2 hours away, and Calais, Maine, which is just over 1 hour. Currently, there are no COVID-19 travel restrictions to come into Canada, although you'll need a valid passport or other suitable documentation. And we're not really that far away from some very large places in the Northeastern. Only 3 hours to Bangor, 6.5 to Boston, and a big 10-hour drive to New York, which is still doable in one day. The Best Western Plus is the host for our convention. That's where the clinics will be handled as well. And there's a special rate of $148.99 Canadian, which is only about 110 US dollars per night for registered delegates.
Yeah, this is a good time to come from the US to Canada in terms of the exchange rate.
Now, it is important that you quote Railfest when you call. They don't take reservations over the internet for this particular event. All this information is, of course, on our website. But when you call in, just mention Railfest and you will get the special rate.
Good.
And we have the website. You can do a Google search for Fundy Railfest 2023, or you can go to www.fundyrailfest2023.ca.
So get out there and register today.
Yeah, we really look forward to welcoming you. We'll make sure it's a really good weekend for you.
That's the end of the slideshow.
Very good, gentlemen. We appreciate your coming and filling us in on what's going to happen up there in Canada.
We're looking forward to it.
Yep, it sounds like a good program.
Yeah, well, we've hosted a couple of these conventions, one in 2010 and one in 2016, where we had lots of people from both Atlantic Canada and the Northeastern US come. And it's really neat to see people hearing what other people are doing across the border. That's one of the things that I think makes these conventions particularly good, is that it's just an opportunity to just sort of learn from each other.
Okay, we have a question here. What airports are in the area that people could use to fly in?
Well, there is St. John. And if they want to fly and drive, Bangor, Maine would be a good place to stay on the U.S. side, to fly into there and then rent a car or whatever to get to St. John. We also have two other airports within an hour's drive, one in Fredericton, New Brunswick, and another one in Moncton, New Brunswick. So any number of choices there. Something I should, by the way, before I forget, and that is there's something unique about the St. John Fundy Railfest, and that is we are also having a public show to boot on Saturday. So a little bit of a different approach to some of the conventions, in that we are inviting the public to join us for a part of our weekend.
Yeah, and we'll have modular layouts from around Atlantic Canada and as far away as Ottawa, actually, coming for the public show.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good. I have one other question here. Can your members persuade manufacturers to make the Canadian Atlantic? And I'm not sure what that other part is. Could be Railfest 23 or something 23. Is there something going on up there then?
I'm not entirely sure.
Not sure on that one.
Yeah, not sure what it is.
Yeah. Canadian Atlantic. Yep.
You know,
Well,
used
let's
to be Canadian Atlantic Railway, but that's.
Yeah, I'm looking on the YouTube question, and that's how it was presented there. But all righty then. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. We appreciate you taking the time to come talk with us.
Yep.
And we appreciate you giving it to us.
Yeah, very much. And we
All right.
enjoyed it.
Yep. Now we're going to be doing the next tip speed. Okie dokie. I think we're ready for that whenever you're ready to go.
Guesstimating Structural Dimensions, a review of Harold Russell's methods. Every once in a while, we might come across some structure that we'd like to replicate on our own model railroad. But there's a better than even chance that we haven't brought any measuring instruments along. So what's a good way to ballpark, or guesstimate, the structure's dimensions? Harold had that exact problem in the 1990s when he had a 1-hour lunch stop in Fort Steele, British Columbia. Once a thriving gold, silver, lead, and coal mining town, it became a ghost town in the late 1800s as the minerals were depleted and the Canadian Pacific Railway bypassed the town in favor of another route. At the time of Harold's visit, 55 of its buildings had been restored, and Fort Steele had become a historic park and tourist attraction. Harold wanted to catch the flavor of the town for a ghost town on his own model railroad. Harold is known for his detailed drawings. He could spend hours making the measurements needed for precise modeling. That was not possible in this case. Harold had no measuring tools, nor even the time to view much more than the fronts of most buildings. Armed with only a camera, he got all he needed, not for exact models, but for the reasonable representations he wanted for his layout. Harold described his methods for guesstimating structure dimensions in the May 2020 extra edition of the Lakeshores Limited, the newsletter of the Lakeshores Division. The article was entitled, "How to Get Dimensional Data Easily for a Model You Wish to Build." Pictured here are the cover page of the Lakeshores Limited issue and the title page of Harold's article. These references and how to access them will be repeated at the end of this presentation. Harold's first tip: when taking photographs, try to get the images at right angles to and from as far away from the subject as is reasonably possible. This minimizes distortion. Next, make a large print of the building's front and position a millimeter scale to measure the height of the front door. Why the front door? Well, in the 19th century, doors were usually 84 inches tall. In the 20th century, they became 80 inches. In this particular 19th century case, the door measures 53 millimeters in the photo. With that one measurement, a working ratio can be calculated to determine all of the other dimensions on this wall. Here's how that working ratio is calculated. The assumed height of the front door, 84 inches, is divided by 53 millimeters, the measured height. The resulting quotient of 1.6 inches per millimeter is the working ratio. With that, any part of the building's front measured in millimeters on the same photo and multiplied by 1.6 will give the prototype distance in inches. Let's look at an example of this application that is provided by Harold in the article. Measuring at the vertical midpoint of the building's ground floor, the width is 150.3 millimeters. Multiplying that 150.3 millimeter measurement by 1.6 inches per millimeter results in a prototype width of 240.5 inches, just a touch over 20 feet. Using this method, any dimension related to the front of the building can be estimated. Windows, signs, benches. And don't be afraid of rounding, especially in the smaller scales. Why use millimeters? As Harold states, the graduations on a millimeter scale are finer than on an inch scale. That's readily apparent on the cutting mat and the rulers that are pictured. Also, counting millimeters is easier than counting eighths, sixteenths, etc. Working with factors of 10 is much easier than working with factors of 8. Bottom line, millimeters are more accurate and simpler. Sometimes you can get a view of the other sides of the building for modeling purposes, but what if you can't? Here's some of Harold's hints for approximating a structure's design. Presume the roof is peaked using standard rise-to-run ratios like 1:4, 1:5, 1:6, etc. Each of the additional sides of these older wooden buildings usually has at least one double-hung window, and the rear wall usually has a door. The wood trim on older buildings is even numbers, 4 inches, 6 inches, 8 inches, etc. Over time, those numbers have shrunk. Around 1950, 4 inches became 3 3/4 inches. Then in 1960, 4 inches became 3 5/8 inches. And after 1970, 4 inches became 3.5 inches. Those variations won't make much of a difference in HO and smaller scales. Subsequent to submitting the article on guesstimating building dimensions, Harold sent us a chart of common sizes that he uses as an aid for scratch building structures. This chart was published in our December 2022 Holiday Extra Edition of the Lakeshores Limited and just might be something you'd like to have near your workbench. It's based on Harold's years in the field making measurements on buildings of varying construction dates. Again, the references for these quick tips are Harold Russell's article, How to Get Dimensional Data Easily for a Model You Wish to Build, in the May 2020 Extra Edition of the Lakeshores Limited, and his Common Sizes reference chart in the December 2022 Extra Edition of the Lakeshores Limited. Both issues are archived on the Lakeshores Division website, lakeshoresnmra.org, shown at the lower left. If there are any problems accessing these publications or questions regarding their content, please contact me, Dave Doerr, at superintendent@lakeshoresnmra.org. Thanks for watching.
All right. Those are some great tips on getting the dimensions you need to build that next model. Just want to take a moment here to remind you that this year, NERx is sponsored by Mini Prints, Interaction Hobbies, and Micromac. Micromac is offering a 20% discount during the NERx virtual convention. Just enter the promotion code WAYBILLS23, that's WAYBILLS with an S, 23, when placing your order during the event. Mini Prints and Interaction Hobbies are both holding drawings for 2 $50 gift vouchers. That is 4 vouchers all together. Look for the links in the Facebook or on the YouTube chats to enter the drawing. Drawing will be held at 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. So don't forget to watch and see if you win. Our next segment is a layout tour of Steve K's Lackawanna Terminal Railroad. And when you're ready, Steve, go ahead and hit the button.
The Lackawanna Terminal Railway is a regional railroad formed during the chaos leading up to the creation of Conrail under the 3R Act in 1976. At that time, much of the Erie Lackawanna was to be sold to the Chessie system, but that deal fell through due to problems negotiating new labor agreements more favorable to the railroad. Enter the Lackawanna Terminal Railway, launched in 1975 in anticipation of the changing landscape of Northeast railroading. After the Chessie system backed out of the agreement, the Lackawanna Terminal Railway was contracted to take over all the yard and local switching duties in the cities of Hoboken, including Croxton Yard in northern New Jersey, Scranton, Binghamton, and Buffalo along the old EL right-of-way, as the success of Conrail was enhanced by selling off all its local and yard switching duties and the inherent terminal costs. Eventually, through active political maneuvering and blatant cash payoffs, the labor issues were resolved, and the Lackawanna Terminal was able to shrug off the mantle of his Conrail overlord and connect the dots between the major cities of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York, essentially recreating the old DL&W main line and an alternate route for shippers that ran around Conrail. While Conrail vigorously objected to this new competitor, the objections fell on deaf ears in Washington and the various state capitals, once more the result of the new railroad's continued influence peddling among the various political entities. The date of today's visit is June 1986, over 10 years after the commencement of operations by the Lackawanna Terminal Railway. The LT is now a thriving enterprise, and traffic growth has been impressive. The new labor agreements and a mechanical force that thrives on the revival of first and second generation locomotives has allowed the LT to put its profits into marketing and public relations. Although state and federal grant money was obtained for the capital expenses such as track installation and rehabilitation on startup, Much of that money was siphoned off to build a new and extravagant headquarters building in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Therefore, the track structure has suffered under progressively heavy traffic loads, and the ride over the main line has become increasingly rough for the crews. The Lackawanna Terminal Railway serves 11 industries between Buffalo and Binghamton, New York, the area presently modeled, 3 of which require permanent 24/7 switching duties. In addition, there are 6 industries in the Buffalo area, not including the company's stores, buildings, and shops, which are served by the Buffalo yard crews. Grain, coal, steel, chemicals, food products, building supplies, and intermodal are major sources of revenue for the LT. Included in this day's railfed adventure is an eastbound grain train, a local freight, a coal train, and intermodal service originating in Mount Morris, New York. The interaction between trains becomes apparent as the Lackawanna Terminal Railway's West Scranton dispatcher weaves trains in and out of sidings to keep the railroad fluid, trains moving, and the management team joyfully pocketing their year-end bonuses. We'll leave the railfan action here for now, but we'll catch this grain train later on in the video. While switching to Lancaster lead, the Scranton West dispatcher gets on the radio and advises the crew that he needs a good move so they can stay ahead of the grain train. Otherwise, they will spend the rest of their time on the Lancaster lead, where there is no food or beverage available. The crew wisely decides to finish up their work on the Lancaster lead and get ahead of the grain train, not knowing that the dispatcher has already planned to put them in the siding at Groveland and let the grain train run around them. This train will also be put into a siding at Dansville, New York, to wait for opposing traffic. Fortunately, there's a bar right next to the track at the Dansville siding, and the crew will have a chance to refresh themselves while waiting for transportation. National Chemical and Refining is the largest shipper-receiver on the railroad. It requires a switcher to be in service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are 19 sidings. The model is about 20 feet long and can keep an operator going here for 2 to 3 hours at a time. Here we're going to show the shipping department for the break bulk and switching the outbound bulk tank car loads. Before security arrives, we end up calling home for bail money. Let's head back to East Buffalo Yard. We'll get to our last shot for the day.
All right, nice layout, Steve. Our next clinic is Car Forwarding with Micromark Car Cards and Waybills by Jeff Hankey. Jeff is a superintendent of the Nutmeg Division and just completed his MMR in December of last year. He has been modeling seriously since 1997. He is working on a basement-sized model of the Chessie System's east end of the Cumberland subdivision in HO scale. Welcome, Jeff.
Thanks, Pete.
And Speed, when you're ready, you can run the tape.
All right, welcome everybody. I'm Jeff Hankey from the Nutmeg Division, and be giving a clinic today on car forwarding and setting up the Micromark car card and waybill system. So getting right into it, our agenda, we're going to talk about what is car forwarding, the concept of blocking that is used on the railroads, a little known topic about car service rules, with an excellent example about a Monon car routing that I think you'll find interesting. And then we'll talk about setting up the actual car cards, the waybills, and then how to use them in model railroad operations. So as a background, car forwarding is actually kind of a misnomer because it's not individual cars that are being forwarded across the layout. It's actually blocks. Railroads operate in blocks. So model railroaders think of individual cars, but to be honest with you, a train and railroad company is trying to make money. So they try to put things together and move things in similar directions that are, no matter how many cars it is, be it 1 or 15 or 50. So what we're going to use as an example here is my personal layout is the east end of the Cumberland subdivision. I've made a little graphic here that shows the Cumberland yard and the Brunswick yard are the two major yards on my layout. They're both division yards. And that's where all of the classification happens. That is where blocks are created and blocks are broken. It's also where trains terminate and originate from. But in between those two division yards, and probably the same thing applies on whatever layout you own, there are a number of different types of interchanges and minor yards that see action throughout your layout. So Green Spring, for example, is a small interchange with the South Branch Valley Railroad, and they probably get a couple hundred cars a year. But mainline trains only set out blocks there and pick up blocks. I shouldn't say mainline trains. They're served by a local train. Paw Paw, which is just an industry on the main line, is actually the same. It's served by a local. Mainline trains don't stop there, and they just continue on by. Martinsburg, a minor yard that has a branch line connected to it, they get mainline trains to stop there and set out blocks and pick up blocks of cars, but that branch line is served by a local train. Now, one of the major interchanges I have on my layout is Shenandoah Junction, which is Norfolk and Western interchange, and they interchange thousands of cars a year. But it's still the same thing. A mainline train comes by, just like another interchange, but they'll drop off cars and they'll pick up cars. I also have a subdivision that branches off of my layout, and that's the Shenandoah subdivision. And mainline trains go down the branch and they serve all the industries down there and come back. So basically, I use this as an example of the sort of things that traffic happens on a railroad. But what we're going to talk about, and I have the yellow star on the right-hand side of the graphic, is what happens when a train comes in from a point east, Baltimore in my case, into the first division yard. So I call it train double X. It's coming in from Baltimore and it's heading west, and it stops at Brunswick Yard, and it gets a different crew, different power, and a different caboose. But what happens is all of these cars are jumbled up in the train and not blocked to east end destinations. And there's a very important point for that. The reason they are not blocked into the train by their identical destination is because, according to Baltimore, all of these cars are just going to points west. They're going from Brunswick and beyond. So they don't really care in Baltimore which cars go to which of the east end destinations. They only know that they're going to the next major classification yard and beyond. So they're sending them in that direction while they send other trains north, they send other trains south. These trains that come west stop at Brunswick to get classified. And what I've done is I've color-coded all the cars in the train just to make it visually understandable by the colors that match what tracks in the yard they go to. It's an important concept to remember that tracks in a yard are actually earmarked for certain destinations. And so that as trains come in and they are classified, all the cars going, let's say, to their storage and staying in Cumberland go on the track that says storage. All the cars that are going west of Cumberland go into that track. And I just used a rainbow of colors there to make it easy to understand how the cars in the train match what destination track they will be put into. So many model railroaders have their trains depart unblocked like this, and when they show up. Now, that would happen if you go into a major classification yard. It does not happen when it leaves this yard, and you see that a lot on model railroads, that cars are unblocked in a train leaving a yard heading up the line. So major railroads don't want to do that because it's inefficient and it causes a lot of extra effort. Us as modelers, we sometimes want to give those people that extra effort, the extra challenge to shuffle out the cars in a train as it goes up the line. But you'll notice as we go through the graphics that is not the way you leave. It's the way you show up, but it's not the way you leave. Also note, before I go to the next slide, that there's no depiction here as to whether or not a car is empty or loaded. It doesn't matter at this point. These are just cars that are being routed over the road. So the little yard engine comes out and shuffles all the cars into each appropriate track. So that's what I'm depicting here. The 2 cars that are in storage have been put up there, the 2 for West Cumberland, the 1 for Cumberland, they've all been put in their appropriate track. Okay, so then what happens next? So you've got these cars that arrived and realize that there's probably cars from other trains that are filling up the yard, but we're just using this one train as an example. So then what happens is these cars have to go to their destinations on the east end. So the next west major yard is Cumberland. So what happens is you have a train, the schedule's made, train YY, for example, originates at Brunswick Yard, and its schedule is to set out and pick up cars at Shenandoah Junction, Shenandoah Subdivision, and Hancock, and then it ends in Cumberland. So the yard crew puts together the appropriate blocks, and you see by my color code, it's the dark blue, the medium blue, the green, and the yellow. And then they tack on some power on the front, they put a caboose on the end, and they head west up to Cumberland. This would be a mainline train, and it would stop along the way at Shenandoah Junction, Shenandoah Subdivision, and drop off cars. Okay. Let's say another train, Train ZZ, does the same thing, but it takes cars from Martinsburg and Green Spring, and it continues west and it terminates in Chicago. So it's going beyond Cumberland, so it will take the cars straight through Cumberland to points beyond. So that leaves 2 types of cars that are for a local and cars for storage. Well, local cars are ones that would be served out of this yard to industries that are before the next major classification yard. And for example, my train WW here will work all the local industries, and then when it's done, it comes back to Brunswick Yard. So same basic evolution, except a local generally comes back to its same home. So it does a circle. So that really leaves a major question for us, and something that I really want to stress because I don't think a lot of model railroaders really understand this concept, is what happens to the empty cars? Those red cars came to Brunswick. They were unneeded. They were excess. They were empty, and they got put on a storage track. Or you could also have a car that recently got emptied by a local that came back, and it's also in the yard and it's empty and it hasn't moved yet. So what do you do with those cars? Well, the answer is actually different as to who owns the car. So there's a concept of home road and foreign road. Home road is your own road. For example, I model the B&O in the chassis era. So B&O, C&O, and Western Maryland cars, all the parts of the chassis system, are home road cars. The foreign road cars are everybody else. So Union Pacific, Southern Pacific, Cotton Belt, those are all foreign road cars. But what's really interesting is there's a set of rules that are set called car service rules that all of the railroads are supposed to abide by. So let's take a look at the car service rules. Okay. Now the good news is if you own a railroad, you control all of your home road cars on your own line. So for me, the B&O, C&O, Western Maryland cars, if they're on your line today, you can do whatever you want with them. Okay, that is your own prerogative. Now, keep in mind, all railroads want to make money. So running loads, loaded cars, not empties, are actually in the best interest of all the railroads. That allows the assets across all the railroads to be utilized much better. Also, there's a concept in railroading called per diem, where if a foreign-owned car is on your line, you have to pay for it every day that it's on your line. So removing those foreign cars off of your line and giving them back to their original owner, or at least another railroad in that direction, stops the bill of you having to pay per diem. So that's good. Now, a foreign road empty, which can't be loaded if you're at your facility. In other words, you have no use for that car. You route that car back from the way it came, the exact routing, the reverse routing. And the reason that's done is the concept of sharing revenue and costs. So whatever railroads got the revenue for bringing that load to your facility, they need to share in the cost of shipping that empty car back to where it belongs. So foreign empties that can't be loaded, number one, go back in the reverse routed. But there's a concept here that's rarely modeled. And that is the fact, by the car rules, a foreign empty that can be loaded, that you can use, is actually confiscated by your railroad. And then you route your load in a foreign car to some other destination. Now, we'll talk about a couple good examples here coming up, but this is the concept of car rules, is how to choose a foreign empty car to use in your load on your railroad to ship it somewhere else. Okay, there are a couple exceptions from these rules. So I should state that the car service rules are railroad to railroad rules. If you have a captive service car, in other words, a car that says stenciled on it, when empty, return to, it is not supposed to be used in the car service rules. It is not supposed to be confiscated. If you have a privately owned car, any car that ends in an X, RBox, GonX, UTLX, you see the list there. Anything that owns an X is a privately owned car. They are exempt from the car service rules. In other words, myself as a B&O modeler cannot confiscate those cars to be used to ship my own loads. There is an exception that occurred during my era, which I thought I would highlight, and that is the government incentivized railroads, small railroads, to invest in boxcars in the late 1970s and 80s, because the major railroads were not investing enough, and the World War II era boxcars were starting to become too old to get interchanged. So to incentivize small railroads to invest in boxcars, they created up what was called the incentive per diem boxcar concept, which actually did two things. It greatly increased the per day amount of money you get for owning a boxcar, but it also allowed the boxcar to be exempt from these car service rules. So you may have seen in places, very small railroads continuing to show up, right? Nevada Northern was one. St. Lawrence is another, PhD is another. I mean, you see a lot of very common small road boxcars, and that is because they built thousands of them to take advantage of the incentive per diem program. Okay. Now let's talk about a hardline example here. Okay. So I made a nice little chart. So this, I'm a B&O modeler, right? It's a chassis system B&O line. I'm going to have a load, whatever load it is. Let's say it's a load of appliances, right? And these appliances are going to come out on the Baltimore and Ohio, but it's going to go to some other place on the Baltimore and Ohio. I use my own car. The car you want to pick for that sort of trip, the originating road is my road and the terminating road is my road. You want to pick your own car. Why? Because you don't pay anybody per diem for it, and you get all of the revenue and all the per diem. It's perfect. Okay. The only reason you would not use your own car in this first scenario is that there's none of your cars available. That probably will never happen, but it could. So let's look at the first one where you actually have to interchange the car. So you have a B&O load, this load of appliances that's originating on my railroad, but it's destined to a facility on the Norfolk and Western. So here's the concept. So you want to take a car that is going, a foreign owned car that is going to the home district, through the home district, or near the home district. Those are the only three words you need to understand: to, through, and near. And your first choice is one going to the home district. So if you have, as you see in my example here, your priority one choice is you have a Norfolk and Western empty car in your yard that you're not using, but you have a load. You put your load in that Norfolk and Western car and send it to the Norfolk and Western. Okay? Let's say you don't have any Norfolk and Western cars. Well, then what you do is you pick this Southern car that you have in your yard, because your priority two car is it's near. You don't have any that are going through the Norfolk and Western because you actually border the Norfolk and Western. So there's nothing between the two of you to go through. So you have to pick a car that's near. And that would be the Southern car or Florida East Coast car. Notice there's no Union Pacific car here because that's a Western Railroad. You'd only use that sort of car if you had nothing else that could run the load. So let's look at the bottom two are a little more complicated. If you have a Baltimore and Ohio load, so the load's originating on your Baltimore and Ohio, but it's destined to go to the Southern, okay? Let's say it's going to Atlanta, Georgia or something, right? It's got to go through the Norfolk and Western to the Southern to get there. Your number one priority in that same yard scenario is actually now to pick the Southern car to do that because that's where it's going to. Your second priority is to actually pick the Norfolk and Western car because you're going through the Norfolk and Western to get to the Southern. And then your last choice is to pick that Florida East Coast car because it's at least near Atlanta, right? And then for the long haul, let's say you've got a load, the same load that's now going all the way to Florida. Well, you'd pick that Florida car first because that's where it's going to. But if you couldn't, you'd pick both, either one, the Norfolk and Western or the Southern, because you're going to be routing the car through. So the concept is really very easy when you understand by some examples. You want a car that's going to its home district, through its home district, or near its home district. And I use the term home district here. People who really know about these rules, the United States was divided into 23 home districts, okay? But you can think of as a modeler the home district as that railroad. It just makes it a lot easier. But the reality is home districts may cover more than one home district may cover a railroad, right? But just kind of think of a home district as the railroad, and it makes it much easier to understand. So here's a very hard example of where the money goes. And this explains why the routing is the way it is. So you have a picture there, Northern Pacific boxcar number 6167, right there in the photo. It's empty in Brunswick, right? The B&O agent in Brunswick, Maryland, which is on my layout, fills it up with a load of appliances on January 1st, 1982. And it's destined for Omaha, Nebraska. Okay? So I made the numbers round just so it makes the math easy, but keep in mind they use the actual mileage, right? So the car travels from Brunswick 1,500 miles to Chicago. That's all on the B&O. Then it interchanges to the Chicago Northwestern on the 3rd of January. The Chicago Northwestern picks it up and runs it to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, a distance of 500 miles, and drops it off the next day on the 4th of January. Then it travels on the Union Pacific to Omaha, Nebraska, another 500 miles, and on the 5th of January, it is delivered to its destination. So who got the money? So the revenue for the load is split up between the distance of travel. So the B&O got 60% of the money, Chicago Northwestern got 20%, the UP got 20%. But here's something that's interesting. The per diem actually went to the Northern Pacific because they own the boxcar. So the Norfolk and the Northern Pacific made money by having that boxcar move back towards its own home rails. That's the whole concept. That is using the asset appropriately. So instead of shipping this boxcar empty all the way to Omaha, Nebraska, everybody got to make money on it heading that way. And they got 4 days of per diem, right? They went to the B&O for 2 days worth of it. They went to the CNW for 1 day, and they went to the UP for 1 day. Back in the time I modeled in 1982, it was midnight, which was the time you determined whether or not you paid per diem for that box car or not. So there was always an incentive for you to drop these cars off at 11:59 p.m. on the interchange track for the other railroad and stop paying the per diem. Today, they do it by hour. So every day, every car is clocked by hour on what railroad it's on. And at the end of every month and the end of every year, they all settle up with each other in terms of who owes who for what. And just as background, if you don't know, the Eastern railroads are receiving railroads. They get a lot more cars onto their lines than they ship away. So it is CSX and Norfolk Southern that routinely want to ship empty boxcars off of their line and empty all sorts of cars, not just boxcars, all cars off their line because they're paying per diem for them. They want to get them off and get them back to the Western routes. Okay, I did want to put in there's a little picture of one, just as the asterisk to this entire thing is the IPD boxcars in the late 70s and 80s were exempt for these rules, and they just ran the entire system load to load to load to load to load. They never got routed empty, and they actually had freight agents that were routing their cars to the next load all the time. So this irritated the big class 1 railroads, and they went around to try to stop this program. If you're a Conrail modeler, Conrail didn't play with the rules, and they actually shipped all their boxcars, whatever IPD boxcar they had, they shipped it back to the home road anyway. So this is really kind of an interesting concept of car service rules. Is rarely modeled. I think it's a very interesting part of how real railroads work. And as you look into running the NERx system, this is something that you want to roll into operations. Okay. Now, as a note on the bottom there, the load, the actual appliances, is the way bill that was filled out by the B&O agent, and it actually rides with the car. It's actually with the conductor in the caboose in my era, but that paperwork rides with the load all the way till its destination. And the reason I point that out is that way bill that in this day and age is a full piece of paper, we use in the micro car card system with an itty bitty little card. But I said I would give you a good example of what this looks like in real life. The Monon Railroad, which is a very small railroad in Indiana, advertised that they put out boxcar number 1. Actually, it was a single-digit road number boxcar. They put it out on the road for a year, and they ran an advertisement showing where that boxcar went. And as you can see, they're utilizing the rules throughout this entire year. You can see there were some moves here that didn't make sense. If you look for the Texas to California route, is that heading towards Indiana in any way? No. But you got to remember one thing about these car rules too. There's no penalty for not abiding by them. So why would a railroad in Texas take this car and ship it to California when it's against the rules? And it's really something very simple. Remember I said this is a brand new boxcar? Of course, they're going to keep the brand new boxcar and go give it to a customer because that customer will be happy that they have a brand new boxcar to ship their product in. They're not going to take an old rusty beat up car to their customer because they have to continue that relationship with the customer. There was actually a Boston and Maine article I read where one of their officials on the Boston and Maine bought 1,000 new boxcars, and they said, what a great investment. How do you feel about this? And the railroad official's response was, I'll never see him again. And he was right. And why they never see him again? Because other railroads said it's a brand new boxcar and I'm going to use it. So it's really hard to abide by the rules when there's no penalties, but you were supposed to abide by the rules is my point. All right, so let's talk about the car card and waybill system. So you need to kind of understand two things to really do this, okay? You need to research what car types moved to your industries and off of your industries, but then you also need to research when trains went across your section of railroad, how were the blocks moved? And that's what we're going to talk about. So let's talk first about industry research, okay? So you have say you want to model a prototypical part of the line, but you don't know what industries are on that line. How can you find that out? Well, one great thing is a timetable. You may be saying, but Jeff, timetables are for passenger trains. True, but there are actually elements in an employee timetable that talk about restrictions about certain railroads, locomotives were too heavy to go to certain sidings. And if you look, the sidings are named. So here's a good example in my Maryland Division timetable from 1980, the Shenandoah Cinder Block Company, the Virginia Apple Storage Company, the Charlestown Grain and Feed Company. Those are all names of industries that are served by the railroad. So you can find what industries are on your railroad, and then you can really Google what that type of industry gets. What sort of cars do those type of industry get? Okay. Now, another thing is to go to the OPSIG group. So OPSIG is an NMRA, sort of division or sort of group. But what they do is they have a list online. You can find it today of thousands and thousands of industries at thousands and thousands of locations. So it's an incredible online reference for you. You can also reach out to Facebook groups for your part of the line and ask questions and find former employees that will let you know. All good ways to find the industries. So then what do you do when you find your industry? So here on the left is a list of every industry on my layout. Okay, and I blew one up for you here, the Kelly Springfield Tire Company in North Branch. So the Kelly Springfield Tire Company makes tires. They ship tires. They ship tires in boxcars. They also ship tires in trucks, but that's not interesting to us. Okay, but what it receives carbon black, which is a sooty type of black powder, silica, rubber, nylon, steel, petroleum, and sulfur. And then what sort of cars they come in. Recognize that for every spot on an industry you have to really operate your trains, you're going to need to create at least 2 cars. So for carbon black, if there was one spot at Kelly Tire for a carbon black car, one is going to be there getting emptied, and then another one is going to need to come when that empty one is pulled out, and they're going to want more because they're always making tires. So they're going to need a continual feed of carbon black. So keep that in mind. 2 cars for every one. And so what does that do? Now that I know every industry and I know every type of car and I know how many spots are at each industry, I can actually create what I've done here is a roster of what you need to operate the layout. Okay. So to service all of those industries, and I've divided it up both for home roads and foreign roads, but you can see I track all of my cars and make sure that I'm building the ones needed to service the industries. Okay, so let's talk about making our first car card. So the Micromark system, you can go out and purchase a bulk starter set. And that's what I'd recommend for anybody starting. And the first thing that you want to do is, as you complete cars, is you want to create the car card. And the car card represents the car, not the load. It represents just the car. And you make the car for in the yellow tablet, everything that is not a locomotive. And as you can see how I filled them out here, and we'll focus on the Western Maryland hopper on the right. So what type of car it is, I put under kind, just normal text. It's a 3-bay hopper. Now, the AAR, the American Association of Railroads, has a letter designation. A 3-bay hopper is HT. Okay, that's going to be important in a minute. Now, the railroad and the road number, it's Western Maryland. You can see it on the left-hand side of the car, right below the word Western, is WM, and then there's the road number, 72042. Description, you can put whatever you want in a description. I put the color of the car. And I write it, you don't have to, I actually write it in the color of the ink, okay? But what's important about the car card system, and frankly, I don't think a lot of railroaders use this enough, is the actual empty home of the car is written on the card. Empty car returned to, in this case, Elkins, West Virginia. I use a system, it works very well, I think, which if the city is not on my layout, in other words, it's not modeled, I use the state. So Elkins, West Virginia. But underneath it, in parentheses, I put where on the layout it exits from. So to get to Elkins, West Virginia, it's west of Cumberland. Cumberland's the westernmost part of my railroad, so I put in parentheses Cumberland. So in other words, I'm trying to remove the need for all of my operators to have, a graduate level knowledge of geography. And so basically, all you need to worry about is I need to route this car to Cumberland when it's empty. Okay, you can see from the model it's full, but when it's empty, that's what you do. You do these for cabooses as well. If you're in the caboose era like I am, the AAR designation for caboose is NE. Don't know why, but that's what it is. Okay, I've done something, I don't know of any other modelers who've done this, but what I do on my car cards for ones that don't interchange is I put these hashed red lines and do not interchange in big letters. And there's a number of cars that don't interchange, right? In other words, these would be exempt from going to an interchange track and going to anybody else's railroad. Maintenance of way equipment's the biggest one, but also any car over 40 years of service in my era is not allowed to be interchanged. And so, for example, on the right-hand side there, that old 2-bay hopper is so old it can't be interchanged, but I can still run it from a B&O mine to the B&O docks in Baltimore and ship coal with it and make money. But I just can't go give it to the Norfolk and Western. So that's why I put the do not interchange. That's also the case if you happen to have a steel mill. I do not, but cars like that, there's some cars that are captive in their industry forever and they never leave. That's the same thing you would do with those type of cars. This is a list just for a reference. You can get this online, but just kind of graphically an example of some of the codes I use. These are the AAR codes. These are in the upper right-hand corner of every one of my car cards. Now, locomotives, they also, if you get the starter set of the Micromark car card set, you get the gray pad. And the gray pad is for locomotives. It's basically the same, except for the fact it has a line for DCC address, which I put the road number as the DCC address. I think that's common for all model railroaders. But I also run a lot of dummies. So the DCC address for 6655 there in the example just says dummy. That's so that my operators know that that locomotive won't move on its own. Okay. So shifting gears here a little bit from car, understand how the traffic on your route is routed. And to the left is probably what would drive this point home the most for someone who's never heard of this before. So on the left, from February of 1984, is an actual employee sheet of the schedule of train across the East End. And in particular, this train is called the Virginian. So if you look here, it's a daily train on the top. It goes from Cumberland to Potomac Yard. If anybody knows where Potomac Yard pretty much was, it really doesn't exist very much anymore. It's by the National Airport in Washington, D.C. Okay? So it's got to travel 168 miles, and it has a 9-hour and 45-minute schedule. And it tells you here, it leaves from Cumberland, goes through Cherry Run, goes through Martinsburg, goes through Brunswick, and then goes to Potomac Yard. Now, in my layout, all of those are on my layout except the Potomac Yard. Okay? But what's really interesting about this piece of paper is if you look here on the classification section, from Cumberland, Block 74MA, Block 78, Block 74SJ, and Block 74 start on the train. And if you look down here at what the definitions are, that tells you what blocks it's taking. So it's taking Brunswick and beyond cars. It's taking Martinsburg Auto Park cars. It's taking Shenandoah Junction cars. And it's taking Potomac Yard cars. And then as it stops at each one of its subsequent stops, it tells you what it's doing. At Cherry Run, it sets out the Martinsburg cars. You see the little SO there, right there, SO Martinsburg. It also picks up any cars going to Potomac Yard that happen to be there. It keeps the ones for Shenandoah Junction, and then it picks up any cars for Brunswick and beyond. So the train gets shorter with the Martinsburg car, but it adds length with the other 2 blocks that it picks up. It does the same thing at Martinsburg and at Brunswick, and then continues to its termination. Now, at the bottom, it tells you at Potomac Yard all of its connections. So these are the sort of home roads or beyond that would be going to the Potomac Yard. So this piece of paper, and I have this for every single train across the East End, was really an amazing find. I would highly encourage you to look at your specific railroads historical societies to see if they have such a document, because this has really defined every single train across the East End for me. And graphically on the right there, I have showed you what those look like. And so trains traveling to the west are in solid, trains traveling to the east are in the dash line. And if you look down here, this kind of purpley dash line is the Virginian, going from 14 1815 all the way down to finishing at 1855 in Brunswick. So that's the train we're talking about. Okay. What if you can't find that document? Well, it's even probably possible for you to find what is called a tower sheet or a train sheet. Okay. And this is one from my railroad, September 28th of 1982. Mexico, Maryland is the tower in Cumberland. So this is the westernmost point on my railroad. Now, if you look at it, it tells you a lot of things. Having the westernmost point tells you things that are leaving and entering your layout. I mean, it's nice to know who the tower operator was and when they were on duty. That's great. If you look over on the right here, it tells you the weather. It was 60 degrees and cloudy, got a little cooler down to 58. But over here on train or engine, if you look down here on all these westward trains, right? These are all the ones that are coming off the east end, passing the westernmost point, heading west of Cumberland. These are all of the engine numbers for those trains. But if you look over here in the remarks section, these are actually the names of those trains. Because Chessie ran everything as an extra, you got to know the actual locomotive number at the front off every one of these train sheets, but in the remarks, it told you which train it was. In particular, notice 441 is an Amtrak train. That is not a Chessie train. That's why it says Amtrak 273 was the lead locomotive. And if you look over here on the right-hand side, VRGN, that's the Virginian. That's the train we were talking about. And it was led by locomotive 3713 that day. Okay? You can take a lot from this. So really also, if you look here, let's see if we can point it out real quick. In the remarks section, right next to the train name is the number of loads and empties in those trains. So this coal train was 148 loads and 0 empties heading to the east. Pretty interesting. Here's a empty coal train heading back, 0 loads, 131 empties. So you can kind of understand the traffic when you have a train sheet like this. Even almost comically noted, right here is when they called the crew taxi for each of the crews that stopped at the tower at the end of their shift, and when they called the taxi and when it arrived. So there's a lot of great information on these sheets. I'd encourage you to get them. I've got a number of them from across my line, and again, things like historical societies, eBay, things like that. You can find these for your road as well. So I use that to create a train sheet. This is something an operator can use. It basically, from the previous documents you saw, I boil it down to regular English so that they understand what they're doing. I won't go through them in detail, but you can see there, it basically looks like that piece of paper I showed you earlier, and it explains what you're supposed to do in the notes at the bottom in plain English. And this gives them basically the recipe for what they need to do when they get a train. All right. So switching gears again, let's talk about your industries and what are the possible options for a freight car at any given industry. And the industry in the middle there is the classic factory icon, right? So an industry can have an empty car come in, but very, very rarely is that same empty car leave. And the only reason that would really happen would be that the shipper rejects the empty car. So this factory has asked for a car, it's a little gondola. That little gondola shows up and it says, no, it's broken, it's dirty, it's rusty, I can't use it, whatever. It's too short for the product I'm putting in it, whatever. And then the railroad will come by and pick that empty up and give them a different empty. But that very rarely happens. What very commonly happens is they call for that empty gondola, it comes in. A good example is a coal car, right? The mine calls for that car to come in, they fill it, and then you're going to use the blue empty action card we'll talk about in a second to order that car to come to your industry. But then when it gets filled, you put a waybill in there, and we'll talk about a waybill in a second, to go route that load to where that load needs to go. Now, also very common is for a load to show up, right? Let's take a power plant, for example. That same load of coal comes in. When it gets to that power plant, they use the coal, they burn it to make electricity, and then they send the empty out. So you only need the waybill to bring the load to your power plant. Once it's empty, that part of the car card that says where to route it empty kicks in, and that tells you where to send that car now that it's empty. Now, something that's also very rare, but is amazing how often this is modeled in model railroading, is a loaded car comes in to an industry, and that same exact loaded car goes out with a different load. Okay. Most cars are specialized and won't do that. There could be a scenario like, for example, a box car where it's loaded with packing material that comes in and they're putting canned goods in it at that factory and they use the same car because it's clean, it's the right size, it'll fit the right things. And the railroad could do that, but it's very, very rare. But you would also need a way bill to bring it to your factory to do that, and you'd need a different way bill to ship the now green colored load out of that factory. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. All right, so Micromark's way bills. So when you do the purchase the bulk pack, starter pack, you'll get a pack of 4-cycle way bills. And the reason they're called 4-cycle way bills is because on the little piece of paper, they have a 1, a 2, and if you flipped it over, they have a 3 and a 4. And the reason they do that is, frankly, it's just to save paper. Sometimes people, what they do is they use these way bills to route loaded to loaded to loaded to loaded. And that actually is not prototypical, right? So your car will be loaded and then it will need to go empty somewhere. And then it'll be loaded again and it'll go empty some different place, right? But a lot of model railroaders misuse the waybill system and just have loaded cars going loaded to loaded to loaded to loaded. So don't underestimate the value of having empty cars in your trains and empty cars across your layout. Okay, so I do something here as well. I talked about the red hash marks on the car card itself when it was do not interchange. I use the black hash marks on a waybill when it's a unit coal train, for example, in this case. So when it's a unit train, I don't want to make 25 waybills. I don't want to write the same thing 25 times on 25 different pieces of paper. Instead, I'll just make one waybill for the entire unit train and put a series of, put all the empty car cards together and then just use only one waybill for it. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, so that the process of understanding your industries and the car it takes and your cars, you will go through and actually make these waybills for every single location you have and every single load that either comes or goes from your industries. And you're going to make a lot of them. I mean, a lot of them. I have pads of these cars and I have made dozens and dozens and dozens of these because you'll realize how complex it is to ship things in and out across a large layout. Okay. So let me go back one slide and explain on this chart in the middle how to read a waybill. It's probably best read right here on this insulated boxcar. So if you look at a waybill, and what I've done is in the upper right-hand corner of all of my waybills, I put the AAR code for what type of car would use this load. And what that does is make sure, you see it says RBL, RBL. If you can see that, it says RBL right here for this type of car, and it says RBL right here for this type of load. That way you know you have the right type of load and the right type of car, and you're not trying to put coal inside this boxcar, right? So, so what it is, if you look at the bottom, it's canned potatoes, okay? And it's shipped from Del Monte in Wisconsin, and it's going to Olympic Food in Alexandria, Virginia, routing to Brunswick through, via means through, Cumberland. So this tells you basically everything you need to know. But really, you could disregard, and you don't even need to fill in the shipper if you didn't want to, or where it's going to. That's not really needed, or the address. I do it just because, I think it's interesting and lets people kind of get an idea of what's really going across the railroad. But all you really need in this system is you're routing this car to Brunswick through Cumberland. So it would enter my layout on the western side in Cumberland, and you would ship it all the way across the railroad because Alexandria, Virginia is not on my railroad. It's to the east, right? So it's not stopping. This is what would be called bridge traffic. It starts west of my railroad, goes all the way across it, and then it terminates some point off my railroad to the east. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about action cards real quick. There's two types of action cards that come with the system. The first one is the pink action card, which is the bad order card. What you're supposed to do is if something's wrong with a card, you're supposed to write on it what's wrong. For example, in my photo here, the broken coupler. And then what an owner of the layout like myself would do is recognize that there's something wrong with this car, and I got to go take it to the workbench and fix it. In that case, that's what happens when the car takes a header, hits the floor, and breaks the coupler. All right. The other one that comes, and that frankly, I've operated a number of layouts with the MicroMart car card system, and I have yet to have anybody use this card. Everybody gets this card when you get the bulk pack, but nobody uses this. Well, this is really the order to bring an empty car to an industry, and it should be used more often. And I'm going to show you here on the right-hand two pictures how that works. So at the start of an operating session, this blue card is sitting there in Hancock, West Virginia on my layout. Hancock, West Virginia is the yard closest to Berkeley Springs. Berkeley Springs has a pulpwood facility where they load pulpwood onto pulpwood flat cars. Okay. So the owner of the West Vaco company in Berkeley Springs has asked right here for 2 LPs. LP is a pulpwood flat car, right? Pulpwood flat, LP, 2 of them. Where? West Vaco company in Berkeley Springs. How do you get there? The Hancock yard. It's a branch off the Hancock yard. In the Hancock yard, which is where this picture was taken, there's 2 flat pulpwood cars already. This CNO 81812 and this Western Maryland 1407. Hey, they've satisfied the need. So what'll happen is you'll put this blue card with these 2 yellow cards together, and the next local will take them down and spot them at the West Vaco pulpwood yard. Now, that's usually all that happens on that one op session. If you want to, you can come by and plop the little wooden loads in the car and then put the waybills in that say, okay, the shipper is still West Vaco from Berkeley Springs with the pulpwood in it. They're going to ship it to the pulp and paper plant in Luke, Maryland. And that's west of Cumberland, and it's got to go through Hancock. So that's what this waybill says. Notice LP. Notice that this is a waybill for pulpwood. This is a car for pulpwood. That should let you know that you have a good match. And you can see the pulpwood in the picture, and they get routed via the waybill, picked up out of Cumberland on the next train that has on its routing to pick up cars as it goes by Cumberland heading to Cumberland. And they'll pick those 2 cars up and they'll go down the road with whatever train it is that picks them up. Okay. So I would highly encourage people to really start using the blue cards. They're not used enough. You can also buy these boxes from MicroMart. I paint mine black. They come a natural wood color. And what you do is you put them on the fascia, and you have one for every track. And then as you drop cars off, you put them into the track. So if you actually look at this, all of this will match the cars that are on the tracks above this picture. All right, so just a couple last slides here on model railroad operations and how do you use this system. We talked about unit coal trains, unit grain trains, trailer run flat car for my part of the railroad. None of those things stop on my railroad. They start either east or west of Cumberland, and they end either east or west of Brunswick. They just go from the extremes of the railroad. Okay. This is the easiest of all scenarios for any of your operators to use. This is what a first train should be for anybody who is getting introduced to car cards and waybills, because frankly, they don't have anything to do with them, right? They'll just basically pick up their train. It has a unit train for coal, let's say, for example. It'll have one waybill in it. It'll be a stack of yellow cards, and they start in one yard and they go all the way to the end of the layout in the other yard. So pretty easy. Okay. Captive service is another one that's pretty easy to understand, right? And I refer to this as a ping pong routing. Okay. So for example, on my layout, the Pennsylvania Glass and Sand Mine in Berkeley Springs, which is off the Hancock yard there, actually ships cars to the Capital Cement Plant, which is off the Frog Hollow Industrial in Martinsburg, right up the line. And then when it's empty, it goes back. And that's all it does. There are cars that were just in captive service going back and forth between the two because it was a massive sand plant and a massive cement plant that constantly needed material. So also very easy, because then you give somebody with the train has a car and a car card. When it gets to its destination, all you as the layout owner need to do is take it off, and it says it's empty, route it back to where it came from. So the one cycle waybill, in other words, you don't need to use all four sides of the card. You only need to use 1/4 of the given waybill card. Really easy, and really prototypical type of operation as well. Okay, what about passenger service? Some of you are sitting there going, yeah, Jeff, hey, you got a freight railroad. What about all my passenger cars? So passenger cars are also have car cards. You make a car card for it in case there's happens to be something wrong with it. You know, a bad order card you got to set off. You want to make sure you have a car card for each passenger car. But generally speaking, you're not going to set out passenger cars and pick up other ones. Sometimes you do. There are times like a sleeper car gets cut off and goes a different direction or whatever. But most of the time, you're just going to tell your operator to go to the station that's being serviced, sit there for 5 minutes so that everybody else gets frustrated and tied up as you unload and load the new passengers, right? But keep in mind, when you're doing a passenger car, there's no waybill, okay? People are not considered a load, right? I mean, I guess theoretically every passenger has a ticket, which is kind of a waybill, but the reality is in model railroad operations, you don't use a waybill for the individual passengers. You just use the car card in case you need to have one that's bad ordered. And an extra train. Extra trains are really low priority trains, ones that aren't on the schedule. You use those if you happen to have a train that's too heavy or a train that's too long, and there's still cars that need to go in that destination or direction. So you can run an extra one. A fan trip's another good passenger extra. You know, people like running the old equipment that doesn't match their era as a fan trip. Those sort of things. That adds a lot of operational interest. It is a great way, and a way that most model railroaders should think about it, is when the yard starts getting too clogged up, it's a great opportunity. I mean, to start taking extra cars out of that yard, run them as an extra to some other place, so that they free up some capacity in your yard. And you just use a waybill like you would on a normal train for an extra. The only difference is it's usually the lowest priority train, so it's usually the slowest getting over the road. And I believe this is my last slide. Maintenance of way. That be it a wreck train, a ballast train, rail repair, ditching, snow removal, even your classic brass hat inspection train, you know, with the nicest cars the company owns. All of those add great operational interest. It's a great way to use cars that aren't run a whole lot, get them out there. But generally speaking, waybills are not used on maintenance of way, but you would use the car card on a maintenance of way train just in case it gets bad ordered and you have to set it out somewhere. The only one I know off the top of my head that would routinely use a waybill is the delivery of sand to a locomotive facility, because that sand was purchased somewhere that wasn't owned by the railroad, but they probably used a maintenance of way covered hopper to put the sand in, and then they ship it to the locomotive facility where it sits and drains the sand into the sanding tower for all the locomotives to use. So there is one or two cases where you would use a waybill and maintenance away, but generally speaking, like a crane, for example, no. You know, flat cars that are used in maintenance away service, no. So, but very interesting to add to your operations. It's something that the car card system can help you with as well. And that is my clinic in its entirety. And this is all pre-recorded, so I guess I'll be live here in a second to take your questions.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Now let's see what we got for some questions here. Okay. Was this used in 1876? If not, what was?
Car forwarding probably started around that time, I would guess. The single biggest problem before that was not all roads had the same gauge, so you couldn't interchange cars physically between two places. but after Civil War sometime, I don't know the exact year because I'm not that far back in history. Sometime after the Civil War, they standardized on the gauge, and then interchange could become possible. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly when that was. Somewhere in that era, very close probably to 1876.
All right. Does my layout have a home district? How is that determined?
Yes, I try to simplify it in the clinic. All the home districts are actually defined by the AAR. You can go find it. There are 23 districts in the United States, and they are defined by geography. So my railroad, for example, is Maryland, Pennsylvania, and I think Virginia are together in the same district. But you can find that definition online as to what district you are. It's geography based.
Okay. How about why would a car not interchange?
Car wouldn't interchange if it's loaded and unloaded on the same railroad. It wouldn't have to interchange. That's actually the number one scenario any railroad wants, because you make all the money. You make the per diem, but you also make the revenue for the load. But a car may also not interchange if it's not meeting the rules of the AAR. It may be too old. There were also times when restrictions were put into things like friction bearing trucks couldn't be interchanged after a certain date. There was the wheel inspection dot issue of 1978, where there were defective wheels that could only be interchanged up until a certain date, and then they weren't allowed to be interchanged anymore. So a number of reasons could stop a car from mechanically from being interchanged. Most of the time, it's safety related, and that's what the AAR mandates between the railroads, that they're giving each other safe cars to use on each other's lines.
Right, it's like the old Dutch bar trucks.
Correct.
It was a date
Even
when you
better.
couldn't
Yep.
interchange them any longer. Yep. All right. Are you using switch lists and car card and waybills?
Car cards and waybills only. Switch lists, I think, have some good, attractive features, but right now that just adds extra paperwork in my mind, so I'm not using it.
All right, and then the final question I have here is, I have a freelance layout, not a prototype. How do I figure out train movement?
Sure. So a freelance railroad would apply just if you want to operate it like a prototype railroad. That would be the first question. If you don't, do whatever you want. But if you want to operate it like a prototype, you have industries on that line. And so there's things that are generating loads to be shipped out, and there's things that are receiving loads. And so you would do basically the same thing that the car card system does for the prototype load, but your industries would be fictitious, and where they're going would be fictitious. It would be a much more flexible, easier system to set up. You wouldn't have to worry about the things that I mentioned in the prototype clinic. You would have to worry about where a certain facility was, but you could do it very easily and very quickly because you have the freedom to pick whatever industry you want. But be the same concept in general.
All right. And I think that's all the questions that we generated. Thanks a lot, Jeff. It was a pleasure watching the clinic. I know I got a chance to see it earlier when you submitted it, but it was very informative. There was a lot to it, but it was very informative. So we thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
And now we're ready to move on to our final clinic for the night. And the final clinic is Prototyping the Landscape by Steve Erickson. And unfortunately, Steve can't be with us tonight, but Steve has been modeling since he was 10 and is finally getting the hang of it, he says. He's the past superintendent of the Little Roadie Division. He primarily models in HO, and he's also a contributor to the division's T-track N-scale layout and helps out with the Chester and Beckett each year at Springfield. He says he builds really nice structures, but is terrible at electronics. So we're ready to see Steve's clinic on prototyping the landscape.
Welcome to my clinic. I'm Steve Erickson. This is my clinic on prototyping the landscape. I've done it a few times before in different environments, a couple of shows and for the division, but I've added some new things here and some how to do stuff about how to make things more prototypically accurate. And so what we're going to be doing is, I'm going to be starting up the PowerPoint in just a second, but we're going to be talking about the ways in which you make the set where your actors perform. Your actors are, of course, your locomotives, rolling stock, the various ways in which you move your trains around your layout. But the backdrop, the set, helps establish the tone, and it can establish more than just the tone. It can establish the time, it can establish the location, and it can inject even a little humor into your layout design as you're moving forward. So I'm just going to start the screen share now, and you can see that the title of the clinic is Prototyping the Landscape. And a lot of the photographs that came out of this are from my uncle, Robert Bob Erickson, Uncle Bob, who died young, but was a very active photographer and artist. And he taught in New Hampshire, taught art. Was able to locate and transfer some of those photographs. And you're going to see some of those in this presentation. So I want to give special thanks to my uncle for having taken these photographs and somehow managing to get them to me. So let's talk about what it is we're going to do in this presentation. First of all, a train picture. There aren't going to be a lot of trains in this presentation. This is about what goes around the trains, but it's a model railroad convention. So let's have a train picture. And of course, this is Disney World. So I think we're all familiar with that train. Some of us have ridden on it way too many times. But why do you want to prototype the landscape? We use that term with respect to locomotives, rolling stock. We want to get the year right, the number right. We want to make sure that all the modifications existed as they existed at the time that we're modeling. And of course, the invention of the internet made that so much more easy to do, because we have all these pictures that have been digitalized and put on the net, and we are able to access those. So we've become more focused on prototype vermicelitude than we have in past years, when it was much more common to have different equipment from different eras or railroads running simultaneously. We weren't so focused on making sure that it was 100% accurate. So let's talk about doing the same thing for the landscape, because what is the landscape? This is the definition from America's most trusted news source, Wikipedia. It includes, and I've highlighted some of the elements: the mountains, the hills, the water bodies, the living elements of the land, including what's growing there, what season it's growing, the changes that have been made to the landscape as a result of human intervention, transitory elements, weather, lighting conditions. What do we mean by weather? Well, we haven't invented a way to do rain yet, but you can do the impact of storms. You can do, rivers at various degrees of flood and so forth. So it all depends upon what you want to establish or what you want to say with that part of your layout. And I love this term down here at the end, the dynamic background to people's lives. And we can say that for us, it's the dynamic background for our railroads. So that's why we want to spend some time getting it right. And hopefully this will help you do it. So what are we looking at? Hills, water, vegetation, various crops, seasons, plants that grow in the spring but not in the fall, goldenrod in the fall but not in the spring, the buildings and the changes to the land that have been made by human intervention. And of course, like I said, the weather, which includes whether it's snow or the change in seasons or whatever it is. They're all aspects of the weather. So let's take a short trip through New England in the 1950s, courtesy of my uncle's photographs. So this is going to show, here's what it's going to show you is the different ways in which New England looked back then. If you're modeling transition era, you want to pay some attention to these, right? For example, here's a picture, typical New England picture in October. Notice a couple of things. First of all, there aren't as many trees as you think there should be. Back then, there were fewer trees covering the landscape. There were more open fields, more dairy farms in Vermont, for example, or even down here in Rhode Island, where I'm from. You see the farmer's wall in the front. Farmers' walls were basically the stone walls that were created on the edges of the fields. Quite often, that's where the trees wound up growing. but they demarcated the various fields, and they were just taken from, because we know New England grows rocks better than anything, and put on the edges of the fields so that the fields could be more usable. So you see that deep blue fall New England sky. You see the sharp contrast of colors. You see a fairly wide open landscape. So all of that helps to set the scene and to a certain extent the time and place. So here's another example of fall scenery. Notice again the open landscape. There's a big field in front. It's not trees. A fence in the background. You've got this fence that's sort of falling over with white posts, some brown posts. It doesn't look like it's going to work very well, but that's an example of a different type of fence that would exist in that location. Another similar picture, but there are a couple of key differences here. First of all, you can see the mountains just peeking out in the back through the trees. You can see the wear on the road, the accumulation of fallen leaves already next to the farmer's wall with the slightly tilted mailbox. Perfect example of New England scene. This could be on a calendar somewhere, and you immediately know where the general vicinity of where you were, and a little bit about when you were. But we're going to get to that a little bit later. So another shot here is just to show the reflection of the trees in the water, and it's a beautiful effect if you can model it, especially if you're in the full-blown fall season. But it works every time of the year, whether in spring or full summer foliage, full summer greenery would still show up as a remarkable example of where you are, a sense of place. This is more of a winter scene. A couple of things to note is the varied nature of the terrain. It's not flat by any means. It's got a little roll in front and goes in the back. There's a stone wall. There are a couple of stone walls over there on the left side. The trees, again, are fairly sparse, but the trees in the background are, you can see some coniferous trees, because, some conifers, because you're in a place where that forest is transitioning from into that kind of northern woods element that you get the further north you go. Another shot showing open fields, stone walls, little White House in the background, sort of a mountainy full backdrop. Make a great backdrop shot. Certainly it says fall in New England. But that also can mean clouds. It can also mean the fog rolling in through the valleys. And this is an example of that. It's not something we often model where the clouds are actually at the mountain level, but yet that's a thing that happens. So we're going to take a look specifically at 3 different eras to make sure that we have some idea of how things have transitioned over a period of time. They're similar, but they're different. And there are iconic elements that identify where and when you are. And so I picked 3 periods of time: the Depression, post-war in the 1950s, and sort of the modern era. So we can see how things change over time in the landscape. And by being aware of and modeling those changes, you can establish a sense of time and place. So one thing we do know, as we've already demonstrated with the photos from my uncle, that no matter what era you model, it's always going to be sunny in Philadelphia. And it may never rain in California, except, of course, over the last month or 2 when it was like pouring. So that isn't, I guess, as true as it used to be. But one thing is absolutely positively true, that if you search landscape photographs for New England on Google, everything is fall foliage. It's just the thing. So you can go with the flow and do that classic fall, or you can do spring. Some people do mud season or high summer, where everything is different shades of green. Doesn't really matter, but just be aware of the fact that there are certain iconic elements that make up a sense of place. So let's look at how the landscape has changed over a period of time. Back in 1939, the federal government arranged to have a flyover over the entire country. And they did aerial maps of every location available. And then they stitched them all together to make a mosaic of what things looked like from the air at that time. So I call it Google Earth 1939 because you can go and you can search these photographs and you can blow them up. The resolution is not great, but it shows you basic elements, and that's very important. So here is a composite map of the state of Rhode Island that was done by stitching together all the maps taken from the air during the course of that year. So as you can see, some of them are stitched together. They're slightly different times, but they pretty much are going to show you some level of detail as it existed in 1939. For example, this is what was in 1939 the last remnants of the railroad terminal in Newport, Rhode Island. You can see some piers off to the left. You see water down below. You see a baseball field, Cardines Field, and you see a large section of sheds and train tracks. It's really hard to discern the individual ones, but there are maps that show you specifically where those railroad lines were. But it shows it's basically a intermodal port. You had steamships coming from New York. You had fishing industry. You had the dairy industry and the meat industry in the area. You had the Navy coming in with a lot of equipment and so forth. So there's a lot of transport, passenger trains in and out of this area in 1939. But by the present day, if you take a look at Google Earth in the same location, you can see the water, you can see the piers that were expanded, you can see the baseball field in the upper right-hand corner. But in the middle, where all the trains were, which a long time ago was actually a cove, is a tourist hotel. So the landscape has changed from industrial to tourist over that period of time. So, and as far as trees, and I think I've alluded to this already, you probably have too many of them if you're not modeling the current era. There's been dramatic increase in the last, say, 100 years, 150 years, about, with the number of trees, not just in New England, but all across America. Reforestation has been occurring for quite some time. And those stone walls you see when you drive down the roads that go into what look like forests are the stone walls that are the remnants that marked old fields that are now second growth forests. So you can model stone walls going into nowhere because that's what they look like they do nowadays. So this is something I found in the Boston Globe. It shows a photograph that was taken in 1870 in Western Massachusetts and the same perspective today. And it's remarkable how many more trees there are. So if you're putting that many trees and you're modeling the 30s or the 40s, you're doing it wrong. More fields, fewer trees. Given how long it takes to make 1,000 trees, that's probably good news for most people. But you can see the very stark difference between an area that had fields and farms and now is just gone to second growth, regrowth forests. So what the Globe said was that 80% of New England now is covered by woods or forest. Even with suburbanization and the development of strip malls and everything else that's going on in terms of development, there are still more trees than there were 50 or 60 years ago. So those trees are telephone poles, those trees are in ships, those trees are just gone, they're burned for firewood. But that changed, and as the land use changed, the trees came back, made a comeback. So nowadays there are more trees than there were 50 years ago. You can see it in this picture, again from the 50s, with a big field. Some farmhouses, a little lake, perfect fall scene, high clouds, and a few hills, foothills in the background, but open space, a lot of open space, and visible visible as iconic, as open space that you see as part of the picture. You see it again here. A couple of other things that we can unpack here. The telephone pole, 2 wires. The fields in the background, there are almost 3 layers of stone walls you can see going up the hill. Beautiful little barn, whatever it is in the middle there. And not only a stone fence in front, but also a wooden fence with what was probably wire by that time, and a gravel road. So you've got a lot of different elements in there that help set the time and place. That road would be paved today. You probably don't have the fruit trees that are there. You can see on the left that it looks like an apple tree or a pear tree or something. But you can see the totality of the environment. So not only do you need fewer trees, the further back you go, you have to have the right kinds of trees, because although we're one big region, we're a bunch of different types of forests. And this, so depending upon where you model, Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, Maine, you're going to see different predominant types of trees. And this map I pulled is an example of that. It shows you how, as you go further north, you're pretty much changing the landscape. So the bluer elements are going to have more different types of trees than the yellow, the eastern broadleaf forest. So the place that I was, those photographs came from, is sort of pretty much right on the line between the Adirondack New England mixed forest, coniferous forest, where you're going to see many more conifers, and the yellow area, the eastern broadleaf forest, which is where you have all the maples and you have the trees that shed their leaves and turn colors in the fall. So that map shows you need to think about what type of environment you're in when you decide what type of trees to make. So we can also set the year. Now, there are a couple of different ways to set the year. Automobiles are classic. Well, that's the 1937 Ford, so it's going to be 1937. Or roads, advertising signs, political signs are wonderful for that purpose, because they do, in fact, set a specific year. So I'm going to talk about each of those a little bit. So first of all, advertising signs. Look at that 1974 Gremlin. Isn't that beautiful, and a beautiful shade of green? And it's only $2,479. And in 1974 was a car to have. But putting that billboard up is going to tell you it's 1974, and you're going to have Penn Central trains running, or whatever you're going to have running in 74. You do the same thing earlier with the 1939 Pontiac, because the automobiles always put up the year of their model. See the new 1967 Ford Mustangs, for example. So signs, if you look for them, can set the specific year and give location as well as year. For example, the old Narragansett beer, hi neighbor, have a Gansett ads from the 50s and 60s, when Narragansett beer sponsored the Red Sox TV, radio, and gave out schedules. So this is a nice little sign that you could modify. You could maybe pull a little bit better into contrast to give you a sense that this is 1956. Well, there are other ways to say it's 1956 as well. For example, we talk about political signs. Now, when we're talking about political signs, this person is not representative. This person obviously has a thing about elections, and whatever it is, there are yard signs for John Quincy Adams. I don't think John Quincy Adams used lawn signs. I think that would not be era appropriate. But Grover Cleveland is there, Henry Clay, George Bush, Carter. So many of these are appropriate, but some of them are just replicas of what might have been. And since we don't generally model the John Quincy Adams era, that's not much of a problem. But we can bring it into any time in the last 4, 5, 6 decades. You can set the exact year. They only became mass-produced, those signs, in the 1960s. But you can fudge that into the 50s a little bit, because there were signs they were generally more painted signs than these pre-made things that you see today, which, by the way, if you know somebody who runs for an office and loses and has all their yard signs and doesn't know what to do with them, they make great gradients on scenery. So you take them and you cut them up. They're easy to cut up. They're made out of this little ply stuff, and they make great gradients that you're going to apply your scenery materials to give you varying levels of terrain. So there's a good purpose to all this somewhere. And they do set the year, especially if you really want to throw somebody for a loop on who's looking at your railroad. You can tell whether it's Romney Sr. in 1968, Governor Romney of Michigan, who ran for president, or his son who ran for president, or even back into the 50s. That sign, the Nixon, the Eisenhower Nixon sign, would probably have been in the window of a store or on the front porch of somebody's house rather than being an actual yard sign. But it definitely does set the tone for the particular area. And sometimes political signs can tell you a story, and sometimes they can help provide you a little bit of a narrative. And this is a story I like to tell. Back in, I believe it was 1956, when Adlai Stevenson was running against Eisenhower. Adlai Stevenson was considered an egghead, and he wasn't very careful about the clothes he wore. And so there was a picture of him with his feet up on the desk, and it showed that the sole of his shoe had a big hole in it. And so immediately the Eisenhower campaign seized on that to create a sign. Don't let this happen to you. Vote for Ike. So it was playing off of Stevenson, but Stevenson's people were pretty smart and they were pretty clever. And so they came back with a response. And I think this response sign would look great on a layout set, say, in 1956. There's better a hole in the shoe than a hole in the head, Stevenson. So it's 1952. So you can definitely set time and place, and maybe even tell a little story about some of these signs that you have in windows or wherever. So highways changed too. Back in the 30s, that's what they looked like. That's a pretty dismal fence, pretty dismal gate, not many trees, again, notice that, and a dirt road. And then by the 1950s, under the Eisenhower administration, the highway program starts, and the start of the interstate highway system, which of course takes out a lot of smaller towns and provides a big challenge to the railroads. But you can easily set up a small scene where you've got a sign saying, we're making this into a bypass for the interstate highway system, to sort of give a sense of what's about to come when the road systems and the interstates take away the travel through the small towns with the small stores and so forth that many of us like to model. So, you could put up a bulldozer, you can put up a sign, you can put up some people standing in front of a fake groundbreaking ceremony, whatever you want to do. It helps set the location. This one now goes back to the 1950s, and it's got a lot of stories to tell. First of all, notice the pole on the left, which is somewhat of an interesting angle and pretty far down that slope. I'm not quite sure how they got to that, but you can see the brown, you can see the different colors. This is obviously fall, maybe a little bit later in fall, they're muted. You see the highway safety signs along the edge, which are white with metal reflectors at this point, and gravel edges, and an interesting line down the center of the road. Because remember, signs and road lines have changed over years. Stop signs used to be yellow, now they're red. In this case, you have a double line with what looks like a passing on down the middle of it. So there are actually three lines of paint. You've got two solid lines and a broken line in the middle. What that means, I have no idea. I think I knew once, but I forgot. It's very strange. So, but again, that's going to tell you something about when it is, because that's an older road. Those are signs of an older road. Now, one of the places not far from where my family lived in New Hampshire is just south of Plymouth, New Hampshire, just north of Newfound Lake. And This intersection was the one you went through to get from where we lived up to the polar caves, which was a big attraction in those days, in the 50s and 60s. This is an aerial view of that intersection taken from Google Earth. Notice there are a couple of buildings and a lot more trees than there would have been in the past, because I do have a picture of this from the 50s, and you can see fewer trees, white houses, very idyllic New England scene, the mountains in the background, the gravelly kind of road on the side with a very high curb. And if you look closely, you'll see a sign for the polar caves, that red sign on the right side of the photo. Now, I went in and I blew that up because this is one of my uncle's photos. But we're going to see that in a second. This is what it looks like today if you're doing Google Street View. And again, it shows the little houses in the middle there of that. This is the old sign in the 1950s. Polar Cave sign, still there today, or at least it was when I took the picture. There it is. So this is a great, if you have a Polar Caves billboard, you know where you are. Any attraction like that, any type of sign has that effect of specifying exactly where you are in a subtle way. There are also things that occurred at various times. And I like to talk about the early 70s, the gas shortages, the oil boycott, gas stations limiting the amount of gas you could get, or limiting who could actually buy gas at the gas station, long lines. So if you model in the early 70s, put in a gas line, put a bunch of cars stuck at a gas station with one of these signs that you can find on the internet about how the amount or timing was limited for when you could buy the gas. So today, this is something I took a few years ago in New Hampshire. We still have these really interesting moments or these iconic areas that tell you something about the nature of the environment. Here you've got, of course, the fall trees, you've got the rail line, but you've got this 90-degree curve that's still in the road, and you've got graffiti on both the stop sign and on the abutment there over the yellow and black lines designed to mention to people that you're about to hit the wall if you don't turn 90 degrees right there. But again, gravel, trees, fall flowers, fall foliage there, the yellows done on the embankment. They're all important. So here's an example of a landscaping point from where I live now in Middletown, Rhode Island. This is a road not far from my house. And if you look on the left, what you see are vineyards. So this area has become, thanks to climate change, very amenable to wineries and vineyards. But before those vineyards were there, those were cornfields. And before they were cornfields, they were dairy farms. So you could do any one of the three, and it's going to tell you something about what year it is. You can also see the farmer's wall that was originally created probably by the dairy farmers because they were very significant in this area. You can see in the background a barn that's been converted into a house along with the vineyards and the grapes growing. So now I'm going to move into a slightly different topic. About 15 minutes here. So I'm going to run through some of this because I think you'll find some of this interesting as well. So buildings tell a story. Well, this was a very popular form of architecture at one point. So if you go back and research the time that you're modeling, you may find something like this. And these are fun and easy to model, relatively speaking. And this was a thing, I got to tell you. I mean, the Pirates Cove there, looks like, I don't know, it's a gallon jug of something. And I don't know what that thing on the left is, but it's going to tell you, if that doesn't say 70s, I don't know what does, okay? The little flower and the little flower power thing and so forth. it may still be there, but you know when it was sort of designed and created. People tell a story too, and now we're going to get into some. Going back to, I modeled the late 30s, so that's why I do all this depression stuff. But they're fascinating elements that you can put onto a layout that talk about what life was like then. So you're telling the story of the community that the railroad was in. And for example, on the left, people were wearing these board signs. I want work now. Or on the other side, I know 3 languages, 3 trades, fought for 3 years. That was World War One, probably. 3 children, no work for 3 months. I just want 1 job. You put that on a figure on your layout, and you're saying something about where, when, and what it was like at that time. And there are other ways you can do that as well. Small period details. Some are timeless and some they're just gone. This is a very iconic billboard. Walthers did a copy of this billboard a few years ago in one of their catalogs. These were billboards that were created by the Chamber of Commerce during the 1930s to promote the American way of life, the highest standard of living. In the middle of the Depression, these billboards were designed as morale builders by the business community to try and get people back on track. And this is an example of it, the world's highest standard of living. There's no way like the American way. But watch what happens with a very iconic photograph that was taken in front of one of these billboards. This is the Walters version. It's now been colorized, all right? And then back in the 30s, it was a flood relief effort, and it was a photograph taken in front of one of these signs. The world's highest standard of living. 1937, Life magazine published this photograph, which would be amazing to have on your layout as an example of what life was like, and people standing in line for relief from a flood that was in the South, in contrast to the very upbeat, positive message that the community was trying to send about, we're going to get out of the Depression, we're going to be back on track. All those messages that were being promoted at the time. So this dichotomy between how people were living, and we like to model ramshackle buildings, we love to model older buildings, but we need the people as well. We need the signs and the contrast that say a lot about a community. Okay, the Life magazine has, if you go back to old editions of Life, you can get them online. And they have so many pictures. So you just go to the particular year, era, and you start rifling through those magazines, and you're going to find things like this architecture and design issue, and you'll find a lot more as well. Some little vignettes. Vignettes are great. For example, here we have a photograph of a bunch of artists painting the landscape. So there you go. They're painting fall scenes. It tells a story. Small water features. You don't have to create an entire river. Just this little vulvet going down between the rocks is an example of something you can put in to add interest to the visual elements. This is one of one of the fun things I do. This is historical cemeteries. This is a real cemetery in Middletown, Rhode Island. It has 1 headstone in it. It's got a stone wall. It's got stone posts and rusted metal rods. It's got a sign that says it's a historical cemetery here in Middletown, and somebody obviously has kept it up. And the reason I like to show that is because I'm going to hold this up to the camera. This is what I consider to be the smallest known module ever created. And this is an accurate representation of that very little cemetery. So it's got the sign, it's got the 4 posts, it's got, you know, everything you need to just put that, plop that right into place. And so that's a fun little example of putting a little cemetery with just 1 stone or 2 stones, some of these older cemeteries. The further back you go, the less well they're going to be kept until you reach a certain point. going backwards when they're very well kept. But there was a period of time when most of these were overgrown. So you can do a lot of different things with that. This is an example of one of the historical cemeteries near me that's in an RV park. Okay, you can still do that today. If you want to put up an RV, you can put a historical cemetery next to it. It works fine. When we were back in the older era, all the cemeteries in New England usually had crypts because the ground was too hard to bury people during the winter months. And so these crypts, virtually every older cemetery, large cemetery you're going to see, has a crypt. They're very easy to model. They take next to nothing to put in place, but they again set time and place. And if you're doing the modern era, you're going to want a bunch of genealogists and headstone people going around taking rubbings of gravestones, because again, it's a vignette that talks about what's happening right now. Town notice boards. Every town had a notice board in most of New England, where they put up the list of voters, they put up the tax lists, they put up notices for the community. In the area where I live, every voting district had its voter rolls posted on these signs. That's what one looks like today, but and it's fairly standard and fairly blasé. The one on the left is the one that it replaced, and that's a wonderful little vignette. I mean, the cover with the wood, the white paint on just a couple of posts. Again, a very simple thing to model. It tells you something about the community. Town pumps. When I was a kid, we had a town pump. You could go to the town pump. It was a pump in the ground off the side of the road. And you could get water off the pump. You'd take your gallon jugs and you'd go pump water from the pump. It still exists in some places. And for many people that didn't have wells, it was the town pump. And the further back you go, the more common this is. And the term has sort of moved into history over time. For example, this little town pump on the left is an example of a store that basically uses the pump symbol, calls itself the town pump, sells probably snacks and stuff. On the right is a statue of two kids using the town pump as it existed at some point in history. So you can either build your, depending upon when you're modeling, you could have a statue of it, or you can have a building that's named after it, or you can have people using it. And that's going to take you right up into the 60s or 70s. And in fact, might even take you into the present day, because this is a town pump in Vermont. The pipe comes out of the ground where it collects the groundwater, and it goes into that big tank, and there's a pipe with a spigot, and you just go there and you take the water out of the pump. That's an actual town pump on the side of the road in Vermont. Massachusetts has all these great signs. Some of them, they also have them on the opposite side for the neighboring states as well. It tells you exactly where you are, doesn't it? And these are very easy to find and to model and to put into it, and it'll tell you exactly what town you're going to. So that's pretty useful as well. Fraternal organizations. You go down the road, you see signs for the Kiwanis, the Lions, the Elks, everybody. These signs, again, tell you something about the community. And they're all different types, all different eras. And there's another interesting thing on the side of a road that'll help establish time and place. So traffic signs, we know the colors have changed, the wording has changed, the locations have changed. So you got the red stop sign. You've got these crazy signs that have so many words on them, you can't figure it out. I have no idea what that one says. Tow zone, no stopping anytime, 1 hour parking, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., no parking. And I think that one up there on the upper right says something like no parking, first Thursday of the month, midnight to 6 a.m., street sweeping from May to November or something like that. But it actually limits the amount of parking to about 40 or 50 hours a year, but certainly looks official. Stop signs. These are some of the older stop signs. They had more than just the word stop. The no parking signs, often the signs were like the one on the right, with that sort of round gray and black. Again, a thing that helps set time and place. And I'm going to briefly tell you about some stone walls, about how we do some stone walls. Stone walls, that's a forest wall. That's a picture I took. It shows you the colors, the moss. It shows you how the stones are constructed. And these are in the area of the coastal New England, where there's a lot of bluestone, a lot of what was called pudding stone rock or bluestone, which was often found in the fields and also quarried. So here you see, back in the 50s, nice house with multiple pieces, and also the stone walls and a combination of walls. So with the foreground, you see some of the almost like a picket fence. And stone walls vary very much by what they're there for and what type of rock was used at that particular time. You can see the one on the left there is sort of a upscale stone wall. The top one is more of a maintained farmer's wall. The one on the lower right, again, it's the type of rock that you use that determines what type of stone wall, and the type of rock tells you where you are. So you can have very formal walls, or you can have very informal walls. But look at the end post of that wall in the lower left. Walls for cemeteries with spike rocks and walls that disappear into hills, walls that have electric fences with them. And yes, that was recently not far from my house when some of the farmers were still using animals for plowing in the nurseries. Stone walls with culverts in them. That's another interesting idea. So those are the different ways that you can look at stone walls. So I have here, this is a little piece of a stone wall that I made using latex and then local bluestone. And you can get this at places like Home Depot or online. And what you want to look for, I'm not sure how this is going to work, but we'll try it, is stuff that looks like that. This is gravel, bluestone gravel, and you can use this with some latex rubber to create exactly that type of a wall. So that's pretty much it. I could spend another hour doing stone walls, but I won't, because we're going to end this and hopefully do some some intermediate stuff during this online convention. So thanks for paying attention. Thanks to everyone, and especially thanks to my uncle who took so many great photographs while he was alive. So overall, I would say that's all for now, folks, and hopefully there'll be some questions and so forth. So thank you.
Well, that's it for this year's NERx, folks. I hope you all have enjoyed the programs as much as we have. As I mentioned just before this last clinic started, Steve was not able to make it tonight, so we won't be able to answer any questions that you have, but we hope that you enjoyed the programs as much as we have. I would like to thank all of the presenters, layout owners, and tips and tricks folks, and the roundtable folks for their efforts in developing and making their presentations. I also want to thank the members of the committee for taking their time to make NERx possible, including Chuck Diljak, John Duran, Dave Inslee, Ed Olszewski, Ed O'Rourke, Dave Durr, Artie Krass, Mark Moritz, James Van Bachlen, Chris Cafaro, Greg Williams, and of course myself, Pete Watson. And a special thanks to Speed and his crew for their help, guidance, and behind the scenes work in the studio for getting this out to YouTube and Facebook. Before we sign off for the night, I just want to plug the NMRA-X program this Saturday, March 25th at 10 a.m. Tune in for another good program of clinics and such. NMRA-X this Saturday. Thank you all for being part of this annual NERx program, and I hope you all had a good time, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the fall convention in New York. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night. Thank you.